Hello. Good to see ya. Hey, how are ya? Of course, Doggo wanted to go outside the second that I was ready. So, last thing I need is her going upstairs. So, when duty calls, how's everyone doing? How was your week? Welcome in. Yo, what's up, Apple Jazzy? Good to see ya. Blood Raven. Oh, wait. Oh, Blood. I just called you Blood Raven. What the hell? Blood Raven. Hello. Went too fast. JLB. Sinking with ships. What's up, Frame? Jujubee. What's up, Jelly? Lilac. Silver. Neo. Nikki. There's another storm developing. Great. Awesome. My doggo's name, it is Josie. Josie. Lidkey, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you, homie. Thank you, thank you. What's up, gaming? How are you? Hey, Nightmare, how's it going? Oh, boy. What a week. What a week. Dog's name, Josie. I said it earlier. Such a week. So happy I can sleep in tomorrow. Hey, yo. Hey, what's up, Dark? How are you? Okay, so starting off with the Phasmo today, per the usual for Friday. And then after that, we might do some observation duty. There is a observation duty demo for number 7. So we might do it. We might do it. Nervy, thank you for the 12 months. Hello, friend. What's observation duty? It is a game where you're trying to spot the difference, but it is a horror-based spot the difference game where you can get jump scared and all the things and stuff. We've played them all, I think, or most of them. Yeah, I haven't made a video on all of them. We've played most of them. Yeah. Is that with the creepy bartender? No, but we might play that too. That's 10 bells. Apparently there was also a 10 bells update. So I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff happening. So we got to pay attention. Got to pay attention. You sent the video in Phasmo chat. Frame, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea what you're talking about. Unless it was very, very recently sent. Izu, hello. 10 bells update, Taco Bell bell. Wait, no. Wait, what? You beat 10 bells? It's really good. They've apparently added a bunch more stuff. The bug with faster than a Revenant, but it was a miling bug. Oh. You put it in Phasmo chat. I'll pull it up and look at it here in a minute when we switch screens. Don't you do it. Okay. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look. Oh, hi, Mel. Doc gifted me 10 bells. It's really good, Mel. It's really good. The fact that it has lore to it, and I don't know, you can follow the story all the way. You get shocked at the end, and there's been an update to where now they've added even more to it, more anomalies, and a new game mode. I believe. But yeah, how's it going, Mel? How's the start of your weekend? Playing multiplayer? Probably not. No, not today. No, if I ever am, I always have it planned. More's always better. Absolutely. Hi, Crow. Dale and Dawson, I also want to play that. I have seen clips and it looks funny as hell. I watched somebody whose job it was at some point to refill toilet paper, and they walked in on somebody taking a dump. Walked in on somebody as in like another one of the players in the lobby was taking a dump. I don't know. I was like, yep, sold. Sounds good. Hey, Banana, I'm good. How are you? So yeah, we'll see. Baking apple upside down cake. Oh, nice. I made no changes with anyone's speed. Oh, okay. So was it a custom with just 100% speed? You've walked in on someone taking a dump in Dale and Dawson's? Why is that such a common occurrence? I'm not fighting it. I mean, whatever. It is what it is, but why is that so common? My day was good. I worked from home today. Wife had to take her car into the shop. Nothing crazy, just small stuff. It's funny. Small stuff somehow is still so expensive. So I had to work from home so she could take my car. But it wasn't too bad. Got a bunch of stuff done. Yana, yana, yana. 10 times reward. No evidence, no sandy, no flashlight. Okay. And now I discovered Poop Map today. And now my friends and I are sharing where oh no. That's like one of those things where it actually documents where you take a dump. It's an app. Yeah, I'm good. I don't need that. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. I remember back in the day, when I used to watch Vanoss, they were playing a game and they were talking about a toilet, and it always stuck with me that they wanted to create a website that would document every toilet from every video game. And they would just go around in every game. That's a toilet. Ay. My hubby would love that. Great. Why? I don't know. Because it's funny. You know how many toilets there are in Phas? There's so many different kinds. There's so many different turdlets. Oh, boy. All right, let me get Phasmo going. But welcome in. It's good to see you, friends. Good to see you. I think what we'll do is today so I was telling them that observation duty, I think we're going to try the demo today. But I also might, like later, not now, I also might do the 10 bells update as well. I don't know. I guess we'll see how we're feeling, how jazzy we're feeling. Yeah. Nintendo's being hated hard. What'd they do now? Listen. Made bread pudding. Nice. Hi, Helmel. Pocket Bear? What is that? What does that mean? Put in your wish list. Good. You should. Good. You should, because it's very good. Are we excited for the console release this month? We still don't know. We don't have a word yet. So if anybody's curious, we have no idea. We just have been told this month. That's it. That's it. Tom, oh, hi, friend. Tom, I saw your DM, by the way, friend. I will absolutely make sure to get back to you tomorrow. 1,000,000%. 10 Bells Nightmare update looks awesome. Oh, boy. Pocket Pair, Pal World. Oh, they're doing something about Pal World. Interesting. Are you going to play the Until Dawn remaster or Silent Hill remake? Oh, maybe. Join the server. Welcome in. Appreciate you. Daddy teammate, thank you for the biddies. Hi, Jenny. How are you? Love Pal World. I don't know. I played it. It was fine. It wasn't one to draw me in. I mean, that's usually pretty typical as of late, where I play something. It's like, yeah, we played it. It didn't draw me in enough to continue. Yeah. You said goodnight 10 minutes ago. Aww. That's you with Stardew Valley. Nice. I never played. Like maybe very minimally on my Steam Deck just to see if I could. Yeah. Came to say hi, watch the VOD because I got to get back to work. Well, I hope you have a good day at work, friend. I appreciate you coming in to say hello. There was also another game. Is it Forewarned that is having a Halloween update? Is that correct? I 1,000,000% will play that. I'm pretty sure Forewarned is having a Halloween update. Homies can say goodnight. Sure, whatever you say. Yes, they are. Okay. Yeah, Forewarned's a good one. That's one that'll make you poo your drawers. That's a good one. I can't sleep with flash screams in my... Flash screams? When do I scream? Oh, without... Wait. No, excuse me. At what point do I scream? Like, never. I just cursed at the ghost for being rude. Need to play more Forewarned. It's so good. It's kind of unfortunate that it didn't pop off more than it should have. I think the reason it hasn't, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of us collectively are on probably the same page, that it probably didn't, just because it's so in-depth. It's so detailed. There's so much to do. I think the reason Phas does so well is because there's the possibility to turn around a super fast game or a very long game. You can take 2 minutes or you can take an hour. It is just extremely dependent on how you play, what your goals are. So Forewarned, it's like, no, if you're playing a game of Forewarned, you set aside the next 45 minutes because that's where you're going to be. It's not like, we get this done in 10. No, you won't. Oh, no, you won't. But some people really enjoy that. I just think that the masses don't. I think the masses don't. Phasmo is easy to play, hard to master. Correct. It's a lot of time investment. Right. Tom, you're 1,000,000% correct. It's a time investment. Somebody just said that to me. They commented on a video and they had said that they're shocked because people are learning all 24 ghosts, different things about them, but then they understood that over time, when you've played the game enough and you are able to run into every single one of these ghosts over and over and over, you pick up things about them. And that's what it is. I have almost 3,000 hours in this game. I have picked up at least a couple things. So yeah, not 3K yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Just a few couple things. That's right. The VR is surprisingly good on it. I haven't played VR in it yet because I'm a sissy. Epic Chaos. Listen, I already want to poo enough. Use Mel's app. Forewarned. I poo here. That game gets me. Playing in VR? VR is so fun. My problem, Gray, here's my issue. And it's not the games. It's like a me thing. That when I try to do VR, something happens and my system just hates me. And I don't know if it's because of the VR itself, how I run it. I don't know. I want to troubleshoot it because I absolutely would play more VR on stream. I would play more VR. Missed a ton of Forewarned updates. I honestly have only played the game so much, but when I've played, it's been great. And again, poo simulator. Yeah. It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I played, I have a few games. I mean, I've posted videos of the games that I've played with friends. There are some funny ass moments to be had in that. I can never get VR to work properly on Phasmo. I can get it to work. My issue is how I want it to work. So I want to be able to look at chat. I want to be able to see activity. I want to be able to do all the things. I can't really do that right now because Steam VR yells at me. So I don't know. I got to figure it out. How does this ghost hunting game not mention ectoplasm anywhere? It's just not one of the things. I mean, does it have to? It's just another thing. Some games include it. Some games don't. I think Phasmo just goes down the line of not wanting goo, I guess. I mean, you have games, Tom, you have games like Demonologist where you use a looking glass to find the goo and it shines. Oh. You have games like Ghost Watchers where you collect the goo. There's all kinds of things. Listen, every horror game is going to please somebody somewhere. It's just, is that the game for you? Is that the game for goo? And Phasmo doesn't want it. It should be an evidence. I mean, ultraviolet. It's just, it's goo in the shape of a handprint or a footprint. Yeah. Trying to get Twitch chat to work, but Steam VR has some things to say about that apparently. Yeah. Yeah. Can't play Phas or many popular games. Why is that? By the way, we are making, I always say we, and it's really not we. So progress is being made on our Halloween merch, by the way. I did get permission from Izu to show the things. I did get permission. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, hi, ducks. No console or PC. You only have your phone. Oh, well, yeah, that'll do it. Sneak peek, sneak peek. And this is not even, I mean, there's still a bunch that we're going to do to it too. So this is, again, this is like another rough on top of it. Yeah. Hey, Lizard, how are you? What's up, Extreme? Good to see you, homie. So, yeah. Oh, also, we've also changed a little bit. Oh, I've changed about a thing or two. So the monthly goal for October, if we reach it, I will do 2 12-hour streams back to back. So basically my weekend is I just live with you. So wife has already approved this if that happens. So Saturday, 12, Sunday, 12. I go to bed, I wake up, we just stream and do more. The daily, if we hit the daily, now what we're going to do is we're going to do game giveaways if we hit the daily. I need to organize it better. I need to go through and manually go through all the games that I have because I have a lot. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. Wife is like, bye. No, that's not what she said. No. Listen, she's at another concert right now. Did I tell you that? She's at another concert right now. Now, she's had these tickets for an extremely long time, to be fair to her. But she's at another one. She's living her best life. What concert? Billie Eilish. Yeah. It's like, I mean, you know, fair. To be fair, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Murphy. All right. So here's the merch, by the way. Or the progress of said merch. The timing on that was stupid. I hate it here. There's the progress thus far. There's things here that are just placeholders and whatnot, but there's some things that have been adjusted and added. So this is where we are now. You like the little Alfred? It's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to look awesome. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Need that in sticker form? Listen, I was trying to think of where to put my logo, and I was like, oh, we could etch it into the tree. It's like, oh, that could be a cool idea. Is this an NFT? No. Return of the Living Dead, yes. So that was the whole idea. The whole idea is because my favorite horror movie, well, probably of all time, is Return of the Living Dead. So I was like, this year, zombie. This year, zombie. Are you going to do something involving the Halloween events? What do you mean? What you mean, Willis? What you talking about? But yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot. We need to look at this. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Hold on. We were told. So Frame was saying that they think this was a bugged game where they had a ghost that was as fast as a revenant that ended up being a myling. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly? Yeah, Izzy's doing such a great job. Was slamming through it today. Like with the trophy designs. Extreme, I'm still a little confused as to what you're asking if I'm going to do. I'm not a dev for the game, if you're thinking anything like that. Bugged or someone's cheating? True. Very true. Yes? Okay. So, long story short, they had a ghost that was as fast as a revenant that was a miling.
The evidence. Oh, EMF 5. So I guess that's one thing. Yeah, they're done. What? Why was it at... Hey? What is this?
Yeah, someone's cheating. Someone's hacking the game.
What is happening?
Even Thays aren't that fast. Someone's hacking. Like, there's no ghost that's that fast. Did you see that right there? That right there? Hold on. Hey, what's up, Scavenger? How are you? Do you see where the ghost is down the hallway? Look. You see the ghost here? The visuals look sped up. Oh, maybe. Let me see. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, they're done. What? Why was it at... Hey? What is this?
No, the visuals aren't sped up. Unless they're turning at a frame rate of like 1 frame a second. What? Let me see. Scavenger, how are you? How are your games? Stitch Matt! Oh, hi, friend. Thank you for 41 months. It doesn't look sped up. I don't think so. No, you hear those footsteps? You hear those footsteps? Especially right there? This is very...
What is happening?
Because you can hear their normal footsteps and the ghost going extraordinarily fast. You hear the footsteps there, Tom? You hear that? Listen.
What is happening?
Yeah. The fact that the ghost was here, as long as the clip is genuine and it's not doctored in any way.
Yeah, they're done. They're done. What? Why was it at...
Also, wait. Hold on. Go back. Why is it that the ghost is not coming for you?
What? Why was it...
Or was it going so fast? Was it going so fast that it had to literally turn around? They were dead. All of them are dead? Oh, maybe the person alive is hiding. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe this whole group here is dead.
What? Why was it at... Hey? What is this?
Yeah, did you see how the ghost was gliding there? You see that? Go back here.
What is this?
Yeah. Yeah, someone's cheating. What'd I miss? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Someone in their game just so they happen to be in a game with a cheater. Yeah, it's hard to know which one it is unless you can physically see them doing something. So it's really hard to tell. But yeah, it's sad. It's sad. There are people that feel like they have to cheat, which is really pretty cringe lord. That's why I don't like playing public matches. That's fair. I don't like, honestly, I will play public matches occasionally just for fun, just to run into lobbies with people and just play games. But yeah, there's always horror stories. I haven't had anything too bad. I've run into cheaters before. Yeah, people that want to purposefully exploit the game and all that. And I tell them, I'm like, you're welcome to. I said, I'm not going to because I don't think it's necessary. But yeah. Faz is not that hard to cheat at. No, not really, because they don't have a way to counter it unless they physically see you doing it. So it's not like they have a detection system that can be like, ooh, I sense a cheater, kick them out. Should they have that? Yes. Duh. But they don't. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. Yeah, if a player is recognizably doing something they shouldn't be doing and the game can detect it, it should auto kick them. There's no easy anti-cheat software to counter such hacks. How so? There are so many games today that have things like that in place. Quick way to ruin the game for everybody. Yeah, I mean, that's probably honestly what it is too. They have nothing better to do, so they go into Phas, kick their cheats on, and try to fuck with people. Yeah. Hey, Cassidy. Oh, nothing. We were watching a clip that a ghosty was all sped up on. Yeah. They can barely get the game to run without a bug. Oh yeah. See, it's a matter of if they're actually going to do something about it. Right. That's the real question. I never get mentioned that an anti-cheat was opened or activated. What do you mean? Are you saying when you open up cheats, you never hear anything about anti-cheat? Upstream, check the DMs. I will, Neo. Thank you. Yeah, because how would you know about the game's anti-cheat unless you're actually running cheats yourself? I was going to say, it sounds kind of like a self-report. I wouldn't want to cheat in the game, but how would you know about their anti-cheat? You said that it never, your words were, I never get mentioned that an anti-cheat was opened or activated. Why would you though if you're not cheating? Hey, Sam. It's kind of like, yeah, like the cops never come to my door. Well, yeah, you don't want them to. And you could avoid that by not breaking the law. Certain anti-cheats show a loading thing for some games to be fair. Yeah, but what, like Rust? Can't even open my farming sim only cheat program and Phasmo without anything saying Phasmo won't open the cheat program. Wait, what? I never cheated in public games, to clarify. Oh, so you cheat in private games? Yeah, it's Frame. It's not the best idea to let an official content creator, kinetic partner for Phasmo, and the rest of everyone that is in the stream know that you cheat. That's not a good idea, friend. Whether it's privately or publicly, yeah, that's not a good idea. Not a very... I never cheated in public games. Okay. The way that was worded says I cheat in private games. I don't think we're getting anywhere. I think we should just throw it away and move on. Yeah, not a good start. Play fast. I think that's a good idea. Yeah. The legit way. The legit way. I would drop it if I were you, Frame. I never cheated on a test when the teacher... Shut up. Let me get out of this. Let's go to our nightmare. I think what we might do is well, first of all, we need to get some levels because I need to get to level 100. But we'll do a couple nightmare. We'll do a no evidence. We'll do maybe a couple challenge runs. Yeah. The new loadout system sucks. It's not the best. Yeah, it's still not great. Yeah, it's still a little confusing. I guess you get the hang of it after a while, but yeah, it's still not great. Yeah. All right. All right, let's let you guys decide where we're gonna go. Hey, Tomas! What's up, friend? No migraine say, not today. No, it's been better. It's definitely been better. And the weather's shifting too. So that means it's probably gonna come back. But as of right now, dude, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Alrighty, friends. Where are we going? You choose. 1 through 14, your vote counts once. Thank you, Mayor. But yeah, we're doing all right. Bruce. Still have issues with loadouts needing to be disabled. Well, one of the bugs that I've noticed, especially that I run into a lot, is especially when you're somebody that prestiges. If you have loadouts set that have higher tier stuff on them, and then you prestige and you go to get that loadout again, you can't properly use that loadout again until you've unlocked all of the tier 1 stuff. I don't know. It's really weird. I don't know if that's going to be fixed or not. I have no idea what's going to be fixed when they update the game. Pillow, hello. Know exactly what you're talking about? Yeah. Dude, think of the biddies. Had the problem with shop too. Yeah, it's a bug. It's a bug. I don't know. I don't know exactly what's coming. I don't know if the Halloween and console is happening at the exact same time this month. I don't know if it's separate. All I know is that Halloween event this month, console drop this month. I will have 24-hour early access to the Halloween event to show you. I have no idea if I will have early access to console or not. I don't know how they're doing that. I'm not sure. I'm probably going to ask just out of curiosity. Because, I mean, I have a console and I could stream it. I just got to make sure the capture card works and all that stuff. But yeah, all anyone cares about right now is the date. So they continually keep teasing. Like, the PlayStation wish list is up. The Xbox wish list is up. Like, that's cool. All anybody cares about is when it's happening. Nobody gives a shit about anything else. Yeah. Patience. I'm good, Ms. V. How are you? You have 93 days until your Walt Disney World solo trip. Oh my goodness. What's up, Wolfie? Can't wait for everything. Oh my God. I don't know what they're going to have for Phas. I don't know. With frame rates and all that jazz. I don't know. We haven't seen the details yet. I guess we'll see. All right, where are we going? Wow. So does console include Switch? No. No, there will be PlayStation and Xbox. All right. Random it is. Random. Have neither of those. Well, that's not going to help you. MQ, probably not a smart idea to ask why you were timed out. If I had to guess, I'd say it's because you were spamming. Why do you give us the choice? You choose different things sometimes. I'm okay with that. Sometimes.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Here, we'll get you. Damn right.
The ghost here seems to be
Damn right.
to a cursed
All right.
object.
Whoa.
Maybe using it to help
Sandra, incense crucifix and capture a photo. Well, let's go find us a Sandra. Yeah, it's Snow. What's up, Nutty? Yeah, it's Snow. Oh, almost forgot you. Hey, what's up, Charlie? Don't apologize. How are you? You youngins have no patience. Well, to be fair to the youngins, I mean, because I'm also somebody that was from midnight releases and all that jazz. To be fair to said youngins, they're bred this way. Instant gratification. So to be fair to them, also, I mean, we say they need to have patience. I mean, console was originally announced over a year ago. So, again, I understand. Oh, hey, how are you? Oh, hey, how are you? So I understand the impatience. I get it. it should have never even been announced until they knew that they were like basically ready. The mirror. Oh, that was me. I did midnight release of books. Oh my God. I did, oh God, I don't remember how long ago the last time I did a midnight release was. It's been a long time. Been quite a long time. How old am I? Old enough to party. Right next to me, yeah, sitting in there in the lobby. Every midnight release of the Harry Potter. I did the midnight releases of like the Call of Duty games. Oh, are you over here? I did see my breath there. Is the house warm enough now to where it'll stop the things and the stuff? Mrs. Juice! Thank you for the gifted to Natalie. Hi, friend. I totally forgot to do the stuff and the things on the other places. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. My last midnight release was for GTA 5. Hey, Cozy, how are you? I made a mistake. Hold on. Mistakes were made. What mistake? Making sure that I was active everywhere. We were getting so in depth, yeah. Okay. That's good. That's good. Flash asked me for inside jokes with the community, and he said he doesn't want to hate what it was for. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was trying to get ideas. The mayor was like, how about these? I'm like, never mind. I'm good. You know what? Just scratch everything I just said. Ay, ay, ay. I know I asked, but I don't know. I thought, shut up. I thought I was going to get real feedback. You're going to say it is real. You shush. Oh, Ghosty's doing stuff and things. Okay. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Ghost, I hear you, dude. I just need you to chill for a second. I'm trying to get this settled. Trying to get this settled. Not baby, welcome in. What are you doing right now? Of course it's you. Hi, Papa Smurf. God damn it. All right, let's go get more stuff. I act like I'm shocked, but I shouldn't be. By the way, I don't know if anybody else ever notices this, and maybe I'm just, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy and I think it's actually doing something. There's times where I'm walking around and it sounds like my audio is like slightly muffled. And I'm trying to understand why it's not so sharp, if you know what I'm saying. And when I pick up the Paramic and I turn it on and turn it off, it fixes it. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure that something happens and I don't know what it is. This exact thing has been driving me crazy. Have you noticed it too? Okay. If you ever feel like you have like very slightly muffled audio and you're trying to figure out what the hell is going on, pick up the Paramic, turn it on and turn it off and let me know. Oh, it's snowing. I have earmuffs on. Oh, well, that explains everything. Did I just see writing in the book, by the way? No. I did. Where the hell are ya? That's the question. 'Tis the question. What's up, Nix? Hello. Any phalanges? No. Okay, that's a twofer. Do I have the spear? I do. It's in my hand. Where are you?
That was taken away.
Well, where you? Where you taken to? Hi, Kyle. Players are wraiths, they don't step in salt. Yeah, what if we're mimics though, and we are just permanently mimicking a wraith? Ever thought about that? Ever thought about that? Thank you, Kyle. How are you, friend? All right. We have writing. We have spirit box. So this is what we have. Possible. Maybe my sanity's getting tanked. Try for a spirit. Try for a mare. All the things. Gaga, how was the rest of your stream earlier, friend? We don't output freezing temps. I don't think so. I don't think so. Evil Resident. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Hey, Slag, how are you? Mare lovers unite. Listen, I had somebody comment on my last video asking about the mare train, so I need you guys to relax. So I need you guys to chill. Hey, Elizabeth, how are you? CJ, what'd it do? Had a group shower at Maple Lodge. Oh, shit. Well, sing us a song, Piano Man. We'll go get the other one, too. Yeah, we'll do night vision. Hey, I need you to show up for a photo. Hello? Okay, no. Hello? What's up, Minnie? I'm gonna touch your piano. I'm gonna do it. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. You know what? That's your piano. You know what? You keep it for yourself. I'm so sorry. And it's a 2-star. You know what? Never mind. F you. All right, let's keep going. All right. So now what we'll do is we'll go get the other salt. And then once we do that, then we will try to get some more photos. Totally a mare. If Sirash is not here, it might be a mare. Yeah. That's the rule of thumb. If Sirash is not here, there's a good chance it's actually a mare. Potty mouth? What do you mean? I pressed the button. What do you mean? Oh, that's right. Literally just burst the lights and I'm like, oh. Damn it. Such an idiot. So stupid. Mare. It might be. Hi Z, what's up, Wes? Power crashed. We'll put this one over here. We got that one there. Shut up. Oh, you mother. All right. So let's get the kitchen light on. All right. Thank you. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bangarang, Peter. Sorry, keep my eyes peeled on my phone in case my wife tries to message me. Why do people stay? Yeah, that's why. Yeah. We stacked the salts to get the photos so we don't have to worry about the failing interaction photo or failed ghost photos, fail interaction photos. I mean, thankfully we can delete photos now, which is a poggers update, but it's not even meant to be the permanent update. They're just meant to fix the entire photo system. So we'll see when that happens. Janiac, thank you for the 24 months. Oh my word. You know, we can still do a mare test with a broken light. I'm gonna go get another smooge or 2. I could use the mirror and break it. Do you think they'll patch salt stacking soon? I don't know. I mean, not really. I don't think they will. I think, if anything, I think it's very low on their list. Oh, things that they would actually patch. Yeah. Alyssa, hello. How are you? Why is it when I go to turn on a light, I also activate the tool in my hand? Check your keybinds. Check your keybinds. Alyssa! Look at all the hats. Thank you, Fred. Hey, Starburst, how are you? Maka, thank you for the follow. It knocked. You don't sound like you're definitely not throwing a lot of stuff. These boots, dude. You know what those boots are ready for? Those boots are ready for October 8th. You know what October 8th is? The day where Wendy's has a SpongeBob meal. The Krabby Patty. That's what they're for. All right. Yeah, let's do the ting. Why they sound so gross? Yeah, I don't know. They like silently added that too. There's a few different spots where they added random sounds and never said a word about it. We just discovered it. Wendy's in Canada already has it? You bastards. I need someone to tell me immediately. Go get it right now and tell me how it is. No, I don't think they're getting pretty patties. No, somebody tweeted about that. They're like, dude, get back to me when you're getting pretty patties. F those shoes? Yeah, I guess F those shoes. Salt yesterday. Oh. I'm also intrigued. Yeah, they have a pineapple frosty, which I like pineapple a lot. I'll be right there. So I'm very curious to know if that's actually good. Mr. Krabs puts crab in his patties. That's he probably does. I mean, it's for the money, you know? Money. Cleanse and crucifix. Oh, pickles. Still no pickles. Look, do you see the light down there, by the way? Do you see that? I love it. The day we discovered that, I was shooketh. Wonder if it tastes like a Dole Whip. You know, that was one of the only things my wife wanted from Disney World was a Dole Whip. That was it. What light? Did you not see the light that was above the table? There's the cruci burn. I needed that. Thank you. Shanks. Avocado. Thanks. We'll take this one away. No, because I was not paying attention. Well, that's not on me. You weren't paying attention. Well, that's a you thing, not a me thing. When you hold up the mirror, normal speed, right? Yeah, I think so. All right, smudged. Okay, I was a little late on the timer, but that's okay. Ew, a child. I know. All the time. So that was very normal speed. The chance of it being a Moroi is low because I used the mirror to drain my sanity, so it would have been faster. So it's one of these. So this smudge test should tell us if it's a spirit or not. Should. Pineapple soft serve ice cream. Yeah. Oh, it did say F those shoes though. I do see that. Oh, I made a clip for, oh my God, Chingus was asking me for a little bit of help today, just trying to brainstorm some stuff. And I made a clip for him today that made myself, if I make a clip at like a short form and it makes me laugh, I'm just very proud of myself. What up, Jace? Alyssa, thank you for the pumpkin. Yeah. I think 90 is almost up. Why am I throwing things on the floor? Because I hate this house. And also checking to see if it's a Pulte. I don't think it is, but... Because, like, look at this stuff. None of this was thrown. None of it. 90 is up. Are you a spirit? I really don't hate this house. I actually like this house. Grafton's a great house. I'll be very interested to see. Very, very interested to see how it looks when they revamp. Dole Whip is dairy free. Heyo. Knight, welcome in. This is a spirit, right? What's up, Shay? Hello. It's been at least. Oh, you son of a bitch. There. Now I can see if the door shuts. Wait a minute. Oh, no. Okay. I was like, I might have screwed myself because it might have eaten the crucifix. I didn't recognize, or I didn't realize it. Has that crucifix been eaten again? Is the question. If it has, I'm gonna have to test again. It hath not. So that didn't stop it. That's gotta be a spirit. A spirit or a mare that is a jerkhole that is just waiting 15 years. Oh, wait. Did I pick up the bone? Oh, no. I don't remember. Thank you, Alyssa. What's up, Burton? I don't remember if I got the bone. I did? Yes? No? What? I left it originally, but I think I went back and got it. I did pick it up. Okay. Thank you. I thought I did. I just want to be sure. May have missed it. I went back there for like a heartbeat to go back and pick it up, I think. So that's why it happened really fast. It was a mare. Wow. What did I say? I said if it was a mare, it was a mare acting like a spirit. This mare waited over 3 minutes to hunt. Wow. Wow. Jace, they always are. Yeah, my VODs are always on YouTube. Yep. Poor Sarash. Yeah, I guess I was just hoping it wasn't one. Just lazy? I guess. Wow. Wow. Dude, so many ghosts that have just been acting like other ghosts. Non-stop. Non-stop. What's up, Jess? All right. We have ads. I'm going to go ahead and run them now. Guys, I do 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way you don't have pre-rolls when you first enter the stream. So if you are not subbed, if you don't have turbo, I wait. So we're not going anywhere. I run ads so that you can have a little break as well, but then that way we can control it. So 3 minutes, and then we'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere without you. They're acting up because of Halloween. Those bastards. Those bastages. I told you when Sarash is not here, I get mares. What are these breaks? How do I know it's a mare? No sanity, no evidence. You could try to get the mare to do its light switch ability. Yeah. So when you turn a light on, and it turns the light off immediately, it's an ability that you can get it to do. And there's a 10-second cooldown when it does a check on a switch. So you can't just spam it. You have to wait a little bit between flips. Or another way is if you continually turn the light on in the room where the ghost is, mares don't like it, and you can force a mare out of its room by doing that constantly. And then also, if it keeps breaking all the lights, it's just a good sign that it's a mare. It doesn't mean it is one. It's just a sign that it probably is. We had one light break during that hunt. And it also waited 3 minutes to hunt. So I should have kept investigating instead of just going off of instinct thinking, whoa, it must be a spirit then. No. The Dole Whip Spirit Jersey and back are on sale at Disney Store website. Ooh, okay. She's more interested in it, I think, in the moment when she's there over like getting it online and then just having it at the house. Yeah. So the actual Dole Whip itself, I think, is what she's after. That's her bag. Oh, that's what you linked me. Oh, the Pal World thing. Okay, I'll have to check it out later. I haven't kept up with Pal World or any of that jazz at all. At all. Disliked. Thank you for the 10 months. Hello, friend. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Ice, how are you? What's up? You can buy the Dole Whip mixture on Amazon. Oh, really? Ooh. She might be interested in that. Yeah. Fast coming to console. It is this month. At some point. I don't know when. We do not have a date yet. No date yet. 30 seconds, then we're good. Is there a ghost little event in the ghost room and close the door of the ghost room? Or is that only the front door? No, that's almost every event, Twig. If the ghost events in a room that has doors, it'll shut the doors. The event will. I get super excited when they said they were going to be selling them in the freezer section of the grocery stores, but I could never find them in any of the stores in Maryland. Oh, got you. Storm! Another Prime. Thank you, friend. Live locally to Walt Disney World, and you can get the Dole Whip at the Polynesian Resort, Disney Springs. Don't even need an annual pass. Oh, that's pretty cool. Man, Polynesian's pretty awesome. I love that resort. Your guess is November? They said this month. So if they delay it again, they're going to get a shitstorm. They are going to get a sheet storm if they delay it again. Precise Panda. Think of the 5 months. You don't know how to fix your keybinds. Well, if you go to options and you go to controls, you fix it here. What do you mean? This is where you change your keybinds. So what is happening in your game, Charlie? Panda, how are you? So much news involving Pal World Nintendo shows up on my homepage on YouTube. Jesus. Yeah, it's going to be $19.99. Okay, yeah. For all platforms. It's already $19.99 right now for Steam. Yep. So when I go to turn the lights on, I also use the tool in my hand. So you're turning... How are you turning the lights on, Charlie? Are you not left clicking? Are you right clicking to turn the lights on? I'm a little confused. I'm a little confuzzled right now. Let's go to Tangle Street while we talk about it. Figure it out. I use left click, but that also turns the tool on for me. So that means you need to go down here to your primary use and change it to your right button. Does the primary use for you say left? Also, you can't press escape on this. You have to hit apply. That's weird. Tis weird. Exhausting day, not the greatest mental health day, but oh, me time now. Good. Yes, change it to right. You should be right clicking to use your equipment. If you're left clicking and it's turning your flashlight on and off, that's why. Because like this, you left click this, right? But if your flashlight's in your hand, when you left click that, you are also turning on your flashlight at the same time. And that shouldn't be happening. That has to be what it is. What's up, Honor? Okie dokie. We have Becky Halstead, 25% Firelight and pair of bollocks. Yeah, you're welcome. But of course. What are we doing? A nightmare game right now. I'll probably do a no evidence run after this. Much better. Yeah, you just got to get used to it. Yeah, just got to get a little used to it. That's all. No hiding. No boner jams. No ghost. No mirror. No cards, thank God. No evidence prison. You know what, Napoleon? You can leave. No idea. I think it's gonna be a Dio. It's the circle, isn't it? Ouija board? Oh. Wait, did I just see my breath? No, it's 14 degrees down here. How old are you? Goodbye. 80? How many times do we have to tell you this, old man? Finally got the Apocalypse 3 challenge done. Nice. Nice. You got your trophies. You got your ID cards. Let's go. Oh, now we hear the ghost. Bathroom door? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. In short, Nintendo is retrospectively trying to patent a game mechanic. Oh, I did hear about the game mechanic thing. Suing Palworld for the use of it. It's super worrying for the game industry as a whole. They're like, you can't use this mechanic. Catching a monster with a ball, if they win, it'll set a dangerous precedent. For context, they have never lost a lawsuit in Japan ever. Yet, trying to patent a mechanic in a game like that is really stupid. It's awful and dumb. Hey, Spark, how are you? Shamrock, thank you for the 12 months. Welcome back. Hey, PvP. Yeah, trying to patent a mechanic is really stupid. I don't know. Retrospectively, right. So it's not because the game is already out. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to attack their game, being Palworld, Orbs, trying to attack their game right now, meaning that it's either going to cease to exist or they're gonna have to change the way that it works. Hey, Nathan, I have to get a hold of them and get it back because they sent me the version 6. Where the fuck did the orb just go? Hello? They sent me the version 6. Why does it keep disappearing? What the f is going on? Hello? Oh, it just moves into the nursery? Okay. Or did the ghost literally just move in here? You son of a bitch. I get it. Avora, hello. No challenge. Not yet. Not yet. Not Gorio. I don't think so. Not based on that information. It's like a shooter game saying you can't shoot people in the game. We own the patent for that. Yeah, seriously. You can't use bullets. It's not allowed. You can only use water guns. How's stream so far? It's good. How are you? I mean, the crib hiding is gone. Oh, well, I mean, if I want to, if I need to go over there, I can. It's not that big of a deal. Or I won't, Pam. Shut up. I hate you. Danica, how are you? Eating strawberries and cheese? Strawberries and cheese. Like, together like a sandwich? A little bright in there. No? Okay. All right. Well, I mean, the way you worded it, you definitely made it sound like I'm eating strawberries and cheese. Like, am I the crazy one here? I don't think so. Why does that happen? Interesting. All right. Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you far? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Bibbers! Bibbers, I saw your message in Discord, friend. I'm excited. I am many much excited. Hello, Bibs. How are you? Hey, how are ya? 6.9 degrees. Nice. Perfect temps. Nintendo's just mad that Pal World was such a big success. I don't know why they're so threatened by it. I don't know if they're like fearful for the future that games are going to keep doing that. So they're like, we got to shut this down now. Capturing things with balls is ours. I don't understand it either. It doesn't make sense. With salmon and candied walnuts or pecans. Your mixture of food is really worrying me. Just a little bit. I just got done with brie and have raspberries. Okay, well, yeah, the way you just worded that, though, was not like, hey, I'm eating these together. Oh, read up. Oh, sorry. Hey, Jocelyn. It's a good salad. Let's get 25 hour light parabolic. All right, well, we need you, and we need you. Shall I eat them together, though? Ghost Watchers are shaking in their boots. Seriously, you catch the monster with a ball. Does that mean that Ghost Watchers would have to change what they do? That is stupid. That is dumb. Oh, it's writing. Mayor Evie Thay. Oh, that's cute. You're not a Thay that's going to hunt me early, are you? That'd be awfully mean. Let's get this guy. Let's go over here. So it's a mare again? It might be. There's a firelight. Nice. So if I throw a baseball at someone and they disappear, will I get sued? If you make a video game about it, yes, you will. Yeah, confirmed. Oh, I forgot I had the board. Oh, you're right. Oh, let's go check the board. I forgot about the Ouija board. If the age has changed, we know what it is. How old are you? Fuck. Goodbye. Damn it, man. I never get that anymore. Son of a bitch. It was 80. Yeah, it's 80 again. Yeah. Elizabeth, thank you for the subs. No, it's not a Thay. We've definitely spent enough time near it to age it. It's a mare or a Revy. Yeah, it's gotta be. It's a gotta be. Tattoo Dude, welcome in, by the way. Thank you for the follows. Civilized Possum, thank you for the 8 months. Hello. No thing. No thing. Is Sarash here? I don't know. Let's go find out if it's a mare. I'm gonna get that to happen again because I'm not about to get duped. Okay, so we're gonna do this again. I'm gonna give it like a few seconds and we'll do it again. Because I want to be sure. I could have it hunt. I mean, having it hunt, there's definitely no way to confuse these two. But parabolic, wait. Oh, I never got the parabolic. Oh, crap. Oh, if you would have done it twice in a row, that would have been pretty awesome. try each switch. It's Mayor's Day. I forgot. I threw this down because we went to go check for a Thay, and yeah. All mayors? Yeah, I think so. What Ghost is my favorite? Mimic. I like the Mimic because of how unpredictable it is. You always have to stay on your toes when you have a Mimic because you don't know. And I like that. When you have like a Dio, yeah, it's nice to have them occasionally because then you're at ease. You know the Ghosty can only get me if I corner myself, right? But the Mimic, you always have to be ready for it. On here, someone gifted you a sub. You never realized. Hey, Twinkle, welcome in. If you check your notifications, you can see who gifted you, friend. BRB, no worries, Ms. V, you're good. F-Tank, hello. What was that? Was that one of the blocks? Here, I'll stand over here too, because this should drain my sanity. Technically, because the main switch for the room is off. Hey, B-Town, what's up, dude? How goes it? It goes. How are you? How the game's been? The funniest moment I've had? It's very, very difficult to pinpoint a single moment. There's been a lot of funny moments for sure. They've been interesting. Yeah, I've had a lot of ghosts that have definitely been acting like not themselves. Yeah. You've never seen this game before? Are there jump scares? Yeah, there definitely are. Yeah, how'd you find the stream, Rainbow? Chunky fish mill. Oh, hyper gifted you on a couple? There you go. Yeah, super freaking kind. What's up, Megan? Welcome in. It is a mare. This son of a bitch. Well, that answers that. Oh, Pam's a crawler. Why? Why what? You've had a lot of loud milings? It's funny because I've had like very soft-footed other ghosts. Ghosts that we thought were milings because of how quiet they were, and they definitely were not. It makes no evidence runs a bit spicy. Well, there's no point. We might as well, you know what? We might as well stay here. Why a mare? Because it's between a mare or a revenant right now, and that ghost is... Okay. And the ghost is normal speed. How rude. Didn't you have a quiet Moroi during the weekly challenge? I think I did. Where are you? How's my sanity? That bad? Can I help you? F off! What do you want from me? She's looking for a snack. Kitchen's closed. Go away. Blondie, thank you for the gifted. Man, this is a long hunt. Holy shit. Did I ever find the bone? Blind mare? Yeah, but she was, it still felt like she was chasing me. No soup for you. Coming back for the hot pocket. Well, it's not done yet. It is still very frozen in the middle. On the table? What table? see the boner jam? I didn't see it. On the table. Negative. Lies. Deception. Deceit. The f it's in the basement? I didn't see it? Hold on. Let's go get a smooge. Never mind, it was a cup. The cups are like yellow and blue. How the hell did you think that was the bone? Thank you, Ms. Pro. All right, we have that down. That's fine. So we'll take all these because we don't need to worry about that anymore. We'll take all these in there. Living room rug. All right, I'll take a look again. I'll take a look again. Thank you, Hewitt. What's up, Mingo? I'm not wearing my glasses, you say. Well, that's not helpful. Hey, would you come be my driver? Actually, you should show Chiba how to drive in GTA. He needs help. I think more than anyone. Wait, I don't need you. I need you. I need you. BK! Thank you for the 7 months. Hello, homie. What it do? All right. Let's pretend our sanity is high enough and it's not going to moita us. Wait. Are you still in here? I don't think you are. The cup look like a pelvis. It's 8 degrees. Hold on. Ghosty, where you at? Yeah, the board did say that it was in the foyer. But it could have been roaming when it did that. I definitely don't see my breath anywhere. All right, I'm gonna make sure that we're not wasting too much time, so hold on. Let's go get a motion sensor. Let's go get a thing. Wait for friends to be ready to hang. I got you. What's up, JS? What is a foyer? The entrance into a home. The foyer. Yeah. 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 All right, give me you. Give me you. You, because life and yeah. I'm European. I don't know this stuff. I mean, Google does exist. Or so I've been told. Ghost, where the French toast are you? Then I gotta open another tab. What is this thing? All right, so you're here-ish. That's good enough for me. Waiting for what felt like years for console. Fair. Ghosty, Woasty, where are you? You notice how it threw stuff, but it's not walking around here at all? That's why I didn't want to lay down the salt yet, because I was like, watch. I'm going to lay the salt down, and then it's going to be stuck somewhere or something stupid. What up, Chris? How are you? When is Camp Woodwind? In precisely 72 minutes. Yeah, you can start a timer now if you'd like. Nothing? Okay. drained was my sanity. What the f— Smudged. Okay, she's done. What the? She started out here. Or what's, yeah, I mean, she was pretty damn close to us at that point. So that should be all 6. This should be 9. Still never found the bone, right? Smudging's dropping a smoke bomb. Yeah, basically. Somebody said they thought they saw a living room. Negative. Negative. I did a thing. Give it some time to walk in the salt while we look for the bone. Shh. Quiet child. Oh, now it wants to do stuff? What a jerk. Which one did it just blow out? Fuck. That'd be that one, right? Wait. Yeah, yeah, okay. Shit. Can the ghost eat the bone? No, the ghost cannot touch the bone. It can't, it shan't, it won't. What up, Spencer? The EMF, yeah. What happens if the ghost gets you? Then the game is over. The round is over. How'd you say you found the stream, Rainbow? Based on her bathroom, probably. Yummy. Husband said to search the game. Oh. Interesting. Well, welcome in. Your husband is just like, hey, look up Phasmophobia. No, Captain, we already know it's a mare. Hi, Song. No, we already know it's a mare. But the problem is that I'm having trouble finding the bone. Kind, how are you? We're having trouble finding the bone. Phasmophobia, yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Watch it be in the garage. What are you trying to spell? The bone zone? I hate that a lot. What is it doing over there? What the hell, Pam? Yeah, we can check the basement one more time. Could always ask the could always ask the Ouija. Oh, right. Yeah, we did a ting. Yeah, I don't usually ask where the bone location is on maps like this because they're smaller. But, you know, you regret things over time. What an interesting location for a plug. Hi, pancakes. That's for you. Enjoy. All right, let's go to the basement. Not interested. I'm not buying your shit, Pam. Nothing. Hmm. Run to the crib. Could be. It absolutely could be if we didn't look in there. Yeah, bathroom tub. Wait a minute. Have I even gone in that bathroom? Wait. I might have. It just might have been a quick look-see doodle. Nothing. Jesus Christ. No. You jerk. What a nerd. Just being ready. It's gonna hunt again any second. What'd be really fun is if you already picked it up and forgot. But see, here's the thing. If I picked it up and forgot, everyone else in chat also forgot. I wasn't there. That sounds like an excuse. It's in the gross water. No? Okay. That was a big... Oh, okay. Oh, I was about to say, you son of a bitch. We're fine. Oh, wait. What did I do that for? I was like, I just ate the... Oh, stupid bug. I hate it. If I have to start opening all these goddamn drawers, I'm... Swear to God. All right, let's go check that front bathroom. You'd think this is a banshee. You would think this is a banshee with how much singing it has done. Oh shit. Oh damn, I didn't even realize I still had another cruci bite over here. Oh shit. No crib. No. Negative on the crib. Alright. Now we just gotta pray. Let's check the other tub. Yeah. Yeah, we did. That should have landed, so that should have bought me some time. That should have bought us some time. Ah, fuck it. Give me you. Closet. It shouldn't be able to be in the closet, but... Pff. Nothing. Face to the floor. Pfft. I would not be shocked. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sassy Sunflower, thank you for the 9 months. Think it's in the base Monte? All right, I might have to wait for this hunt. Nope, it's mine. That's some bullshit.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I don't know how I missed it that entire time. Don't want to talk about it. No, I'm good. I'm good. I appreciate it though. Thank you. How are the kiddos? They're good. The kiddos are good. Where was the bone? It was in the kitchen. In the kitchen. I swear to God, I remember us going through the kitchen and looking, doing a lap. I think the problem was I wasn't crouched. Hey Zeph, how are you? CC, thank you, friend. Hello. In the kitchen for a long time though. I was, but we weren't at that level. And people ask all the time, hey, why do you crouch all the time? It's not for that reason, but man, what a benefit it is. You didn't look down. That was the problem. You were crouched. Oh, you mean when I was looping? No. I was talking about like when I was using the board and all that jazz. Yeah. Yep. Son of a bitch. All right. Let's do a no evidence run. Because, yeah, why not? Preset. Nightmare. Ghosty shorts. Evidence none. Good. Where have we not done a no evidence in a little while? You're still our favorite. Thank you. You know, none of us are perfect. My glasses prescription obviously needs renewed. Prison? Everybody's really asking for prison right now. Can the Banshee use its scream even when the sounds... Wait, even with the sound sensor? No, you have to be using the parabolic microphone. You has to use it. Straight to jail. Don't collect $200. All right. All right. I'll do it. I'm feeling it. Oh no, I'm feeling it. Yeah. Have you drank water? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. No, I have not. I have a drink, but not water. I need to get some. Little prison no evidence? Yeah, why not? What's up, Beth? How are you? Hydrate. That's right. People ask, why don't you have a channel redeemed? Because I don't want to drown. What is water? It's the stuff that you put out the crucifix with when it's on fire. Yeah. Maria, hello. How are you? Like a flower. Don't forget to water yourself. Don't say that. Anytime we get real flowers in this house, they die because my wife doesn't remember to water any of them. Yeah. If you have the sound sensor, is the miling loud all the time or does it get quiet when it gets close to the mic? You know, that's a really fantastic question. I have not actually tested the distance for a miling. I think what makes it tough is knowing exactly where the sound sensor ends and where the ghost gets in to... You'd have to set, I guess you could set up motion sensors and sound sensors at the same time to know when the ghost walks past the motion sensor and you start to hear it. So I think it would be a tough test, but I feel like you could do it. A challenge where you can't use crucifixes? I pray you get the board. You know we're going to get Frank. You know it's true. All right, let's do a no evidence run at prison, because why not? So when I do my no evidence runs, for anybody curious, I always do a nightmare preset, and then I remove the evidence. Nightmare preset, remove the evidence. You don't have to do it that way. You can absolutely have the activity board and the sanity board. That's up to you. I don't know. That's the way that I started doing them, and I stuck with it. So, yeah. I play with a buddy. He'll be like, yeah, it sounded really quiet. I'm in the van going, okay, if you say so. Yeah, it's tough. If you're trying to use just the sound sensors, it's really tough. Yeah. What if you wanted to do a one hunt challenge, no evidence? What do you mean? No, one hunt challenge, no evidence? I mean, that's basically a no sanity, no evidence run, but you're only letting it hunt you once. You've done that. Yeah. Gabby, hello. Rainbow, welcome in. All righty. We have ourselves a George Kemper. George Kemper. Let us check. Oh, great. Well, never mind. I was going to say let us check for orbs real fast because, well, if we have them, that's going to make this run a lot quicker than we thought. Because if you have orbs on a no evidence run, that means you automatically have a mimic because you shouldn't have them. Roxy, hello. What are you doing? Aren't you in the travels right now? What are you doing? Roxy's going to Disney World for 2 weeks. All right, let's start looking. Jana, hello. How are you? Good to see you. This is going to be a little harder. I mean, the chances of us having orbs are pretty damn low, but it does not hurt to check. Have you checked? No, not that. Laying down in the mom's guest room. Hey, let's go. Well, I hope that you are prepared to have a freaking blast. Because you will. Nothing. 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 Okay. Let's go looking. So we'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take that. Take that. The reason I take a flashlight and this is because I don't feel like staring down night vision the entire time. You have freezing temps. It's snowing. I don't think that's how that works. It's one of those pool doors I heard about. That ain't bad. Interesting. Not Frank. Power? Power? Oh, it must be Christmas. That's why it's snowing. The power's here. Look at that. Oh, lovely. So now what we'll do is we'll go over here. Keep this guy on just in case we hear ghosty shorts. Go here. The switches for the hallway are right here. Those two switches right there are these lights here. So that way you can see a little better. Remember when the door closed every time you went to the van? Oh, the freaking Ure? Yeah. Every time we turned around. It's a demon, by the way. Roger that. Hey, man, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Ghosty. What are you? Oh, Banshee scream would be crazy. It is a tier 3, so I will be able to hear through the floor. Was that noise you? No, it's ambient. That noise is me. Was that ambient? I think it was. Stop by to say hi. Gonna go to bed. Good night, Roxy. Appreciate you, friend. How gameplay? Power PC on, Steam, start, run, live, escape. Noted. Roger that. All right. Ghost is here. Oh, those are on anyway. Oh, yeah, never mind. Good explanation. I feel like it was a good explanation for the question that was asked. Did I say anything that sounded wrong? That's the real question. Why use many word when fewer do trick? There you go. Imagine being the Banshee screaming. Oh, that'd have been great. Well, if it was a Banshee, that would mean that it could stalk us to the front door because it's on the first floor. Can't get past the live part. Well, you know, we do what we can. Why many, fewer do. All right, so now that we know where Ghosty is, we're not going to get any evidence. The Banshee stalking depends on the floor. The Banshee cannot stalk you to another floor unless its main room is in an attic or a basement. So there is no, prison has nowhere where the Banshee could stalk you to another floor. So if you're getting stalked and you're like, I don't know if this is a Banshee or a Phantom, where's the main room of the ghost and where are you? Yeah. Cooked eggs, they give it the biddies. Oh my word. Oh my word. We definitely need these guys. We're gonna need one of these. Let's start getting some stuff in there. Here, we'll do this. You didn't know Phantoms could stalk? There you go. Bone in the cafeteria? All right. All right, all right. Oh, that was weird and glitchy. This looked all weird. All right, now let's put all this stuff down. That's fine. Yeah, the game has so much stuff to learn. There's so many different things that you can learn. How do you tell if you're being stalked? If you're very far away from the ghost room and the ghost comes to you. Yeah. There are certain ghosts that will do long roams and short roams, but like on prison, if the ghost is in the A block and you go and park yourself here at the front door and the ghost comes here, there is no ghost that is roaming from here to there. So if it is in the first floor here and the ghost comes here, it is either a wraith, a phantom, or a banshee. Or a mimic, mimicking one of those ghosts, yada, yada. If it's on the second floor and you know it's on the second floor and it comes here, it is either a wraith, a phantom, or a mimic. It can't be a banshee because banshees can't stalk across floors. Yep. Yep. Okay, so we know that Ghosty is here. Now, this isn't going to give us much information outside of if we see orbs, knowing that it's a mimic. The only other thing we could get from this would be like seeing the throws that it does if we put items in there, and then we can watch the throws from here, but that's about it. That's about it. Okay, let's get a crucifix. Let's get another smudge. Let's get... What I could also do, you know what I could do? I could also risk it for the biscuit and make it change its room, but I don't know if I want to do that or not, because it might make it worse. Might make it worse. I don't know. What's the cursed object? It's the paw. Where did I put? Oh, that's right there. All right. It's either that or I'm going to be trucking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Risk it for the biscuit? You think so? Okay, hold on. If I'm going to do that, then we need to get another thing. Can you wish for sanity? If you wish for sanity, it'll bring you to 50. Yeah. Yeah. Make it chew. Thank you for the 2 months. Hello. If only could use the tote and put everything in it. I know. How nice would that be? How sick would that be? We're going to grab one of those. We're going to grab the other one of these just because. We're going to grab another one of those because. We got to lose. Exactly. So that's why we're going to do it. But I'm going to use the paramics so we know where it's coming from. Petition to add a backpack. All right. I wish for sanity. So, no matter what my sanity is or what my entire team's sanity is, that wish brings everybody's sanity to 50. So if you're all low and you have no sanity, it can be helpful because it can bring everybody back to 50. What it also does, the consequence of using that wish is that it changes the ghost's favorite room. So it could change its favorite room to this one, if it's so pleased. Probably hasn't moved yet. Oh, you fast. Ooh, I heard that. Ghost? Hello? Ooh, is that a Thay? Ooh, that's very fast. So the chances of that being a Moroi are probably low because of my sanity we know is at 50. We know it was at 50 and the ghost is that fast. Now I do have electronics over there. Yeah, at 50 it would not be that fast yet. Exactly. Definitely not a Dio. 1,000,000% not a Dio. It would have came to us if it was. I do have a smudge. So, I mean, if it gets line of sight of us, that's okay. The thing is, I don't think it's left that area yet. What the f— Okay, it's done. I think the issue here is going to be if it decides to hunt from where we are over here. I just need to be ready. What the f— Did it change its favorite room to like upstairs? Hey, Bethany. Thank you, Jana. Because that's some bullshit. Where is it? What? How's it going? I'm not sure. We lost our ghost. We're losing all of our IRL sanity because every time I come back here, the ghost is hunting, but we don't know where it is. All right. Maybe it moved all the way over to B block. That's some bull. It may, I mean, I guess it could have. IRL sanity, goodbye. I think Moroi will not be faster if it doesn't have line of sight. What? Yeah, the Moroi will speed up with line of sight, the Thay will not. Is this why we're not hearing it? Because it's over here now somehow? What the fuck? That is mean. That is mean. It changed its favorite room to here. That's rude. Wow. Ghost was in A block. We wished for sanity. It changed its favorite room. It changed from A block to B block. I really hate it here. Thank you, BK. You think twins? Okay. It's not, but sounds good. Can the tier 1 parabolic hear through the walls? Yes, it can't hear through the floor. Uh-oh. Did you not see me? Saw me now. There we go. Smudged. Yeah. You notice how it's not speeding up with line of sight? That's a thing. Oh, I need to blow out a firelight. Oh, you were here, dude. Oh, come on. Alright, well, let's go do it. Let's go do it. Yeah, it's gotta be a Thay. Yeah, the only other ghost that would be that kind of speed would be like a Hantu in its room, but it's that fast everywhere. All right, ghost is here. There you go. Enjoy. Should be enough time for us to get out of here. Could always go on a boner hunt as well. Maybe get lucky, you know? Oh, what am I doing? All right. So we know the ghostie is going to stay over there, which is not exactly a bad thing. Go look where the ghost used to be, over in the A block. I'm going to check upstairs first. And then we'll go over there. I'll try. They did say the bone was in the cafeteria. I should probably check there first. Because if it is there, that'd be pretty funny. No, it's going to be in the last room that we check. Go check the potty. You never know. Nothing? Seems to be upstairs above cafeteria. Okay. We could definitely go check over there. And then I can walk outside. If I can see the bone from upstairs in the cafeteria, that's going to be pretty, yeah, darn funny. Can it be the twins? No. No shot. No way. Hey, Scarfy, welcome in. No, multiple reasons it can't be the twins. Number one, it's way too fast. The twins are not that fast at any point in time without line of sight. Number two, this ghost did not speed up with line of sight. Which only a few ghosts can actually do that. No bone in here. Let's go. We're just trying our luck. You know? Kabashi, hello. Why do we need the bone for the gameplay? Because if I want to get a perfect game, I have to have the bone, unfortunately. Unfortunately. It's just the way that the cookie crumbles. One day they'll remove the bone from having to, remove the bone for perfect games, or, you know, something cool like adding it to the, man, that'd be cool if those worked. Adding the bone to the journal so you can actually see if you did it or not. This is going to be a little tough. I don't immediately see it. It doesn't mean it's not there. I mean, shit, it could be in the B block with the ghost. All right. I don't see it. Let's go. No, I don't see it up here. That's okay. If the ghost is hunting, it's not done yet because that light is on. We'll know when that light turns off that it has hunted. Too bad you can't wish for it. Yeah. You don't play this map at all? It's definitely not one that a lot of people want to play solo. That's for sure. Open. All right, so ghost should be that away. Okay. But here, we'll check over here too while we're here. Because why not? Hell Fallen. Have a good one. We have donuts. Coffee. I don't think I technically checked this other side over here. Technically aren't playing solo. We're all here. I want to check that first. Just in case. Come on. Oh no. You know the bone is going to be with the ghost, right? I know it. You know it. Dadpex, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We'll check all these side rooms first, though, just in case we get lucky. Considering contacts. Oh, okay. I used to wear contacts, but with how much I look at a screen, it would just wear my eyes out so much. SVG, what's up? Bones back at Tanglewood. Mother. What up, Charlie? That was weird. What the hell was that sound? They were telling us at the beginning of the map that they think the bone is in here. I'm not exactly sold on that. Glasses are annoying. Never fit your face right. Well, maybe you just haven't found the right pair of glasses, though. Be that easy. Thank you, Charlie. Can the bone spawn in any room? The bone can spawn anywhere the ghost can be. Sometimes that's not always the case. Might be in the shower. Maybe. I'd rather be there than be in the actual B block. Because we're checking this whole damn map at this point. Bone should be in front at the entrance, or they changed it. No, you're thinking of the cursed object. The bone is a 100% random spawn somewhere on the map. The cursed object on these large maps is in the first room. Nothing. All right, we go to A block. What was that? Soap. Thank you, Charlie. Definitely had a few bones you couldn't reach. I've also had bones I couldn't reach. Same. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to do a roundabout in here. Just do a lap. Again, that'll let us know when the ghost hunts and stops, just because. But we'll check the cells once we do that. Just checking the main parts right now, and then we'll make our way back around. Oh, it's one of these days. It's okay. We could have just left. I mean, I have all of that. Oh, it never... The firelight is still lit over there? Jesus Christ. All right, well, I guess it's giving us time for it to do that. Oh, damn. Yeah, the bone is 100% always been random. Always. When they added it into the game to now, it is random. Old Thay? I don't think I've been near it enough for it to be old. To age it that much, because once we had it hunt us like once or twice, I haven't been near it since. So it should still be somewhat of a youngin'. Yo, what's up, newbie? Imagine it's just because there's... Oh my god, I didn't realize. The toilets in Phas, the toilets have a hitbox on them. I think I just learned that these do not. I didn't know that. Because normally when you throw something on the toilet, it gets stuck on the top. This one does because of how large the parabolic is. It's just, it's... Here, I'll turn it on so we can listen. But yeah. Yeah, toilet smudge. Well, you learn something new every day. I guess I just haven't spent enough time trying to throw things in toilets. It sounds like the ocean. Oh, if you turn the parabolic on and point it at a toilet like this. Oh man, Ducky! Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Different model. It is a different model, but fact, it's being treated differently in the sense where you can actually, again, throw things inside of it. Like, why does the other one, I don't know. I guess I don't know if it's a model that they picked up. I assume it's not one that they made that doesn't allow you to throw things in it. Because it would be super freaking funny to find the bone in the toilet. I've had the bone on the toilet, like close to the toilet, but not in the toilet. It's going to be in the B block. God damn it. Like, now I'm checking the toilet. Every single one, now I'm checking. I think it's just high hopes. I just want the bone to be in the toilet now. Is this prison? It is. It is. And what we're doing is we're spending a lot of time looking for a bone. Because I'm resilient. Did it just blow out the firelight? Yeah, let's go. We gave it enough time to blow out the firelight, which is great. We must have just finished doing that, which means that we're going to find the bone in the next 3 cells. Here's 1. Here's 2. God damn. Imagine though. That'd have been some shit. Can you hunt for the bone faster? I'm sorry, does it look like I'm stopping to take a break and leak into every one of these? Or does it look like I'm literally moving from cell to cell, from spot to spot to spot? Sorry, that's not fast enough for you. God damn. Can you go faster? I got a baseball game in 7 hours. Fucking close your eyes, count to 500, and I'll have the bone. Looks like you're stopping to smell the roses. You shut your lips. I'm making sure that I don't miss the damn bone, to be very, very careful. Imagine you missed it. That's what I'm saying. I probably have. Or we're going to be walking back and it's just going to be sitting in front of me. And then we're just going to be upset and cry. At least a little bit. It's going to be the last cell. Yeah, all the way upstairs. All the way upstairs. All the way at the end. Yep. Oh, son of a bitch. Power's still on. Imagine spending this much time finding the bone. I don't need to imagine. I've been here before. We have lived this life. Please be here. Please. Damn it. Still hunting. Smudged. 90. Okay. Bought us some time. We gotta go. Upstairs. I don't have another smudge, so we're gonna have to just... We're just gonna have to hide and then try to escape that way. Do a little toilet peek. A little toilet peek, if you will, if I may, if we must. I don't know exactly how much time I have. I know it's not a lot. Let's go this way. Okay. This is where we live now. It's gonna spawn on top of me. I'm gonna cry. Oh man. Josh, welcome in. How are you? That's a toilet. Cell tour? Yeah. Still on prison. No. This is the new Grafton. Yeah. Yeah. Lots changed over the years. Yeah. Ninja! How's it been? It's been good. How are the kids and wife? Everyone is good. How the hell are you? Now it's hunting. You hear how fast it is? It's still young. Check. Okay. God. Go to prison. You'll enjoy it. Is it done? Assume the answer is yes. When I hear it downstairs, I can check with the paramic to see when it's done. Like, to see when it's finished hunting. I see the lights flickering down there. How dare you? Looking on YouTube, sorry, I've been stuck around much. Wi-Fi is all good now. Oh, no worries. No, you're good, homie. I appreciate seeing you. Holy shit. You pooped my pants? That's fair. There will be a lot of gratification if I do find it back here, you know? Yeah. What's that doing in the corner? Oh shit. Could it be in the courtyard area? No, it shouldn't be able to. Thought I heard it start. I guess not. Cozy in here? It's pretty nice. Hey, what's up, stars? So the other side, across the way, and downstairs, I believe are the only places I... Okay, I have a question. Is it just me, or did the parabolic say that the ghost was downstairs? What the fuck? We actually found it. We were this close to it being the last possible spot to look. I might die here. Ooh, spooky dooky. So, okay. So I'm pretty sure that the paramike said that the ghost was downstairs, even though it was not. I'm also pretty sure that we just so happened to stumble upon a spot that we shouldn't have stumbled upon. Squid, welcome in. How are you? Ask if I can nicely... Can I go? Hey. You notice it's not hunting right now? That's correct. Or is it? Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Now it's actually downstairs. I don't trust it. It's not enough time. I just have to pray. That's not enough time. Totally show downstairs? Groovy. Lola, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I understand. I understand now. That makes a lot of sense. The reason that it said it was on a different floor is because we were standing on the bed. Yeah, what's up, Boom? I gotta pray that we can get out of here. So this son of a bitch vented as we were leaving and then started hunting right near the door as we were leaving. Oh, this sneaky shit. Oh, what a turd. Okay. That's not creepy at all. Oh, that's a fence. Found the ghost, found the bone. Just got to give a picture of the paw and 8 more photos. Easy. Well, we got this. We got this. Technically, I mean, it's a they, so yes, it can. I don't want to take those yet. I don't want to take those yet. No. Well, I need you. I need you. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Can't wait for the console. Yeah. Tis been a while, friend. Tis been a while. Hey, what's up, Lumber? Getting late pizza. Late pizza. Oh my god. We're gonna entice the ghost to come over to us. How fast can the Thay hunt? Like meters per second? Wait. I have camera. Smudge. Do I have 2 smudges there? I do. 2 smudges. I don't have a flashlight on me. I kind of want... I left one at back. Okay, we're gonna get another one. Interval time? Like how long between each hunt? If you haven't smudged it, 25 seconds. Just like most other ghosts. Demon is the only one that's 20. Okay, let's get you. And let's roll. Da smooch. Da smooch. Fried? Why? Is that the new way of people saying that someone's cooked? Sorry, am I not down with the lingo? That's fast? Yeah, if you haven't smudged it, it's that long. Yeah. All right, we have double smudge. We're fine. How you do? Yeah, skibbity. Yeah. Do I have a paramic over here, or did I leave that there too? I think I threw it on the ground. I threw it on the ground. right there. Saw me, right? Oh, it just stopped hunting. Oh, what a turd. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, I threw it because I'm the Pulte? Oh, that's true. That's evidence. Yeah, it's a Thay. We already knew what it was. It's just a matter of I just needed to walk in that salt. We just need salt walkies. So what I can do is that. Go back over here. Heard that? Wish they make a game where you're the ghost. There are games that are like that. Yeah. Anime! Thank you for the 10 months. Got that. Yeah. We Gucci. Haley, thank you for the follow. Madeline, how are you? Ghosty. Hear how it's getting slower? It just stopped hunting. So we don't want sanity because we need it to come over here. Why are we playing so much prison tonight? It's still the same map. You bully. You bully. Use the paw. I mean, all that's going to do is start a hunt. Nice, good. Emmy, how are you? Prison sentences can be long. This is true. Yeah, it's the same because I went searching for the bone because I thought, well, F it, man. We're going to go for a perfect game. Why not? And here we are. Shan, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you. Chicken Wing, how are you? What do I do to get into prison? Jaywalking. Pretty sure it walked. It had to have because it saw me. Bro, when are you going to do no evidence run? Hold on 1 second. Now? There we go. It's done. I saw the new messages. I'll read them here in a second. Let me go get these photos and then we'll do it. 3, 4. Make sure they're counting. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Done. Dunzo. And it's hunting. So now we wait. Look at that. Perfecto. Actually, no, F this. I wish to leave. There. You're on my time. Yeah, that's right. Some perks of the monkey paw. There we go. Got all the objectives. Make sure we got all the photos, which we did. We know it's a they. Let's get out. Nice. I don't use that wish very often. So it's nice to actually see it in use. Smell you later, nerd.
Welcome back.
Perfect. No evidence prison. I dig it. Does it suck looking for a bone for 5 hours? Yeah, it surely does. Is it gratifying? I can't answer that. But we did it. 45.85. I'll take it. They spelled mayor weird. Shut your lips. Didn't know you could do that. Yeah, there's a bunch of wishes you can do. Ink, how are you? Good to see you. What did I miss? Hold on. Hey, Flame, how are you? If this is common knowledge, then my bad. Had a weird floor glitch in Maple Lodge as well in the reception building. There's a slight... Oh, no. So it's not a glitch. It's just the way that it is. So I know exactly what you're talking about. So the reception building is slightly lifted. So if you're trying to listen with the paramic and it's not the tier 3, you don't hear the ghost. Because tier 3, you can hear across one floor, so you can still hear it. But it will probably tell you that it's on another floor. It'll probably tell you that it is up one floor. If you're inside of there trying to listen for the ghost, you won't be able to hear it unless it's a tier 3. So yeah, good times. Yeah, that's definitely not by no means any kind of like a noob question, friend. No. Nope. It's confusing because it's confusing. It should not be counted as a separate floor, but because the way the game mechanics are, it's just the way that it is. So it sucks, but it is. Yeah. You have homework due tomorrow and you haven't started it yet? I'm sure your parents are really proud. Time for Sunny Meadows. You shut your damn butt. You shut your butt. Telling a dad that? I mean, my 9-year-old finished his homework. So if that gives you any kind of like, any kind of comparison. Yeah. No, Jaden. No. All right. Let's do... Oh, man. It's already 11:17. Jesus Christ. Let's do Chat His Ears. But where are we doing it? No, they're mad. They said if I don't finish it, they're kicking me out of school. That sounds like an exaggeration. Unless you constantly are not doing your homework, then they're kicking you out of school. Are your parents like the dean? If you don't do your homework, you're never going to get educated because we're just taking you out. Sounds counterproductive. A little bit. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. What can I take away from you? The one thing you don't want? Yeah, so f you. They want to educate you by not providing education. Correct. That's what it sounds like. Yeah. Nailed it. Nailed it. We're not going to high school. No. Grafton, Woodwind. Woodwind's meh. Woodwind's meh. Are they homeschooled? Well, imagine you're not doing your homework and you're homeschooled and then your parents say, we're going to take you out of school. Ridgeview? Ridge could be good. I kind of like Ridgeview. I have assignments due Sunday Haven't even looked at what they are this week. Supposed to be on maternity leave with my 1-week-old baby, but I'm online class about job resumes, interview strategies for nursing school. Oh my God, Beth. Jesus. It sounds like you kind of have a full plate. Encouraging your chat not to go to high school? Well, I mean, one of them's about to get ripped out of it anyway, so what's the difference? Hey, Megs. Woodwind? Fine, we'll do it. Fine. Here, we could do chat is here. Do you want to do professional or nightmare? You tell me. Nightmare? We can do nightmare. $20, I don't make it out of this alive. Place your bets. Can we have a poll real quick? Can we get a poll real quick to who thinks I'm gonna live? Another mayor to the list? I'll just keep that in mind because we're probably gonna get it. Yeah. Hey, Diablo, what's up? On you living? Yeah. Yeah. 24/7 line of sight. Yep, and I won't be able to hear it. Yeah, either a poll or a prediction. That's up to you, Mayor. I leave that up to you, friend. Oh, that's up to you. 100% up to you. Whatever you're feeling. Hi, Hattie. Going camping. Yay. I hope the ghosts are not so stinky. Oh, Hattie. They've been so stinky recently. How are you, friend? Guys, make sure you guys are checking out Hattie. Hattie's another amazing member of Midnight Society. Best advice for playing Phasmo? Go at your pace. Do not feel like you need to rush into anything. Take your time. The prediction is live. Place your bets. Am I going to live or am I not? We're doing Chat Is Ears, Nightmare, Camp Woodwind. So like they said, Ghosty's going to basically have line of sight at all times. So this should be interesting. Should be interesting. Guys, if you're not in the Discord also, and you want to get updates about when I go live, or if there's any changes to schedules, the Discord is there, and when I post videos, they're there. Monday, there has been a change of plans that I will not be streaming Monday night, because I need to, there are personal things to take care of. So the wife and I have to go out of town to do this, to do stuff and things. So Monday, I will not be streaming. Good things. They're good things, but still. Rakesh, welcome back. Richard, thank you for the follow. Chill, hello. Yeah, good things, good things. All right. Once the prediction is over, we will get cracking. You believe in me? Aw. We like good things. We do like good things. This is true. These are truths, many truths. Def Flash, 100% pessimistic. Hey. I voted yes and missed the Chat Is Ears this round. Wow. So you believe in me. Okay. Roger that. Don't mess this up. Hey, don't put that on me. That's on you, not on me. 2,000 on me dying. Appreciate it. I hope you lose. So much. Skittle King, what's up, dude? How are you? Never seen that badge. What is it? If you're a Kinetic partner, so if you're an official creator for Phasmophobia, you get this badge. Dude, that's rude. They just hoped that I got ghosty hugged. I'm sorry, but they're not exactly pleasant. Okay, Chat Is Ears. It's been a little while. So we're going to do Chat Is Ears at Camp Woodwind. I'm not going to be able to hear the game. Chat will be able to hear the game. And they're going to guide me in the correct direction. And we're going to complete this hunt. And we're going to live. And it's all good. Because it's Nightmare. So I'm not going to be able to hear the speed of the ghost. And that might be what we need is a hunt. So let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. You know what? Never mind. We're just going to go to the screen instead. Woodwind's hard without audio. Well, that's why you guys have it. You guys have it. I don't. Yeah. Doesn't seem to work for me. Yeah, try a different browser, Ninja. Yeah, try a different browser. Discord.gg/FlashForce, or you could try a different browser. I think the Discord link here. Oh, that's, yeah. There you go. That's the main one. Regular Nightmare. Yeah. Yeah, regular Nightmare. Okay. Okay. Well, let's do the thing. The ears are fake. They're not real. They're not real. You smell orbs? Cool. Great. I like you guys already. Cora Marsh, Crucifix, Incense, and Repel. Cool beans. Okay. I do not need to know sounds that I make. I don't need to know ambient noise. I just need to know the things that the ghost does. Let's be clear. You smell fog. Well, this is Chad's ears, not Chad's nose. So I don't need to know if you smell the fog. I taste EMF. Well, so I guess we're not going to look at chat today. That's just how this is going to go. Son of a bitch. Toss? Oh, God. What direction you think? There, I got the power. Got the power. I see a log. Oh, well, I see Slendy. Ghosty sneezed. Ghost, please. I taste smoke. Yeah, Slenders. Slenders is back there. No one said the chat was good at listening. I mean, this is true. Tent? Heard tent open. Okay. Well, none of the tents are open. So that does complicate things. Tent. Fog is not helping too much. No, not really. Oh, yeah. So. Tent again. What the fuck? Is the EMF just not? Oh, now the yellow's open. Haha. Oh, there we go. Nice. Hey. 9 degrees. 12. Okay, so I think it's in that tent. You smell EMF too. Cool. You hear footsteps. Hi, Heska. How are you? What would you say is the best place to start to find the room the ghost is in? One of the best things that you can do when you're trying to figure out what ghost room it is, turn on the power so that way most of the rest of the map will warm up, so the ghost room will be colder. And then from there, you can start checking for temps or EMF. One thing that I always say is you want to make sure not to turn on too many lights, because if the light is on, most ghosts cannot throw an object inside of a lit room. So if you leave the lights off in possible rooms that you think it's in, it can actually interact. If you're worried about your sanity, go into a room, turn the light on, and leave the other lights off, and then listen around you. Okay. So if we think Ghosty is over there, then we're going to do this, 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 and this. I could probably take this just for going. Had no clue. Yeah. If the main room light is on, the ghost can't throw objects in that room. Is that an herb? Herbs and spices. We'll just let that go, because I can't hear it, but you can. I'm going to turn on all the stuff. I'm going to turn all of it on. It threw something? Okay. I'm going to turn every last damn thing on. Someone said they smelled orbs. Yeah. It's a goo tent. Goo! All right. What are the odds that it touched this already? Probably pretty high, right? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Are you friendly? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? You walked in salt. Mother. Did it actually walk? Knock on the tub? Okay, thank you. All right, no UV. Okay, wait. Knock on the tub. Was I just super late? A goo. All right. Now I definitely touch that. All right. Nothing. All right. I'm going to go get crucifixes to be safe. Last MC. Hello. Let's get you. Let's get you. Let's get you. Let's get you. What are our objectives? Cruci, incense, and repel? Sure. Sure. So this is all we have so far. Yeah, let's check our camera, actually. Let's make sure. You hear tent. That's good. I see tent. Yes, we're missing wet evidence. So nightmare, we're going to get 2. It really wants privacy. Jesus Christ. You are the tent? Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Nothing. Man. This ghost is angry. You're an angry little ghost. Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? Do I play indie spooky games? I do. I does. We were thinking about trying out the Observation Duty 7 today. And then I did prison for like 4 hours. Check the temps. No freezing. No freezing, no writing, no dots. I'm sorry. Is it eventing on me? Where is it? Hello? Where was it? Miss Guzzi? Oh, is it Ring of Rosie? Well, where the hell was it? Ooh, 1.9. Ooh. Tub again? Sure. Yeah, definitely no of. Go, chill. Dude, it hates the tent. Is it outside the tent? Ghosty was? Look at these temps. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. Try spirit box again. Yeah, I definitely could. I could get the motion sensors over here too. Just to be sure. What'd I do with it? Oh my god. Oh shit! Oh my god. That little shit scared me. Alright, well, I guess we have dots. That little son of a bitch. I smell dots. Yeah. Raiju. Oh, great. Awesome. That's cool. Didn't need us for the dots. I did not. You think it's a Ure? What if I do this? Hold on. I'm just curious. Okay. We're just gonna try some. Leave one of those there. Take one of these here. I just have smudges on me just in case. Can't hear this, but it could be a Ure. I mean, the problem is that The Ure doesn't do anything to a tent that makes it a Ure slam. That's the issue. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it hunting? Or is that an event? Is that an event? Oh, you little mother effer. I was like, lights are not blinking. Where the hell is it? Another singing event? Oh, really? Well, this is going to suck. Another ring-a-ring-a-rosy? Well, shit. Called a banshee. You know what? Just to be safe, hold on. Just to be safe, we're gonna put, oh God, I can't see that. Let's do this. Let's do that. Dot sound. Thank you. You guys are so good at your job. I'm giving you a raise. Safe on the death barrels? No, but I'm going to use the death barrels. Hopefully. Because hear me out. Just hear me out. The idea here is going to be, like, how do I know that the ghost is actually about to come around the death barrels? Can I put this on here? I can. Because I see this go off and that go off, right? Because then when I see those go off, I know it's coming around the corner. Let's look at that. See, boom, boom, smudge. Boom, boom, smudge. Boom, boom, smudge. Boom, boom. Smudge, smudge. Now we go listen. Also, I put dots here with the hope that if it decided to come over to us, that it'll dot right in front of us. Grass sounds? Cool. Great. Awesome. The ghost fell into a bush. Stupidest thing ever. Stepped on twig. Neck broken by bracken. Think it fell? Good. It deserved it. Uh-oh. You little son of a... The mistake was not having a crucifix under my butt.
Welcome back.
I deserved every bit of that.
Ready for you.
Yeah. Yeah. I deserved that. Gotta be quicker than that. Yeah, I deserved it. That's fine. I deserved it. Okay. Okay. Look out. Thank you. Thanks. Again? Thanks for dying. God damn it. What were the details of that? Oh, 58% of people thought I was going to live. Oh, snap. There's... My bad. Listen, my bad. My bad. Sorry. That was my B. I do apologize. It was not intentional, obviously. It spawned on me. Ay. All right, listen, we can't go down like that. Skill issue? I'm aware. All right, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it this time at Ridgeview. That was a fluke. It was a bug. All right. Chat his ears. Ridgeview, I need your help. Save me. Save me.
Check the equipment and get set up
Can we bet again? Yeah, we can. Yeah, I'll turn off the music after the betting and stuff.
You're going in blind.
Bye, JLB. Have a good one. Yeah, we can. No stalkers? Listen, I'll just be a little safer this time. I guess I just had high hopes that it wouldn't stalk me and hunt me right on top of me. But obviously, it decided to be itself. All right, you have less than a minute. You have probably like 30 seconds, 40 seconds to predict. Am I going to live or am I not? Well, we saw what happened last time, so it's probably going to be a little bit more on the back and forth side. I don't know. You've seen it happen. Fresh, welcome in. Little, how are you? Krish, hello. 300 me living? Okay. Okay. I heard the motion sensor go off, but you were so close to it. Yeah, I should have backed up. I should have sat back there and watched those motion sensors to see if it was coming. Yeah. Mistakes were made. I played stupid. I think my hope was that it would use the dots directly in front of me. I really wanted to see it do that, but it didn't. So, it's okay. Whatevs. Whatevs. Hey, Talon, how are you? Doubter Clan, that's fine. I deserve it. Okay. Let's get it. Let's make this one a fast one. Daniel Ramirez, parabolic motion and escape. Parabolic motion and escape. And it's raining, yes, which is going to make it much easier on your ear holes. Demon hunt as soon as I enter, and then we just stop the stream. And then it was good having you guys. We'll see you later. Door touchy already? Found it. Found it. Ghost is giving us a greeting. Yeah. So let's get this, this, and this. We can check for of. Who's a banshee and they're rude? They are rude. Interesting. Where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Are you close? I need to see this. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you near? You hear the orb? Okay, roger that. Roger that. Dishes? You heard a dish? Tossing of a plate? Okay. Let me get this. Where? Where? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, oh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, you're throwing a lot of shit. Hey. Chill, homie. Chill. Okay. I need to get the juice. Let's go get the juice. It might be a Pulte. Nice. It's actually upstairs. Get out of here. I never get the breaker box here. Oh no, it's you. Oh no, it's him. Oh no. We're not gonna be able to hear him coming. Oh God. Oh God. Breaker's usually in the basement. It's almost always in the basement for me. Almost always. All right, well, to be safe here, we're going to take one of those just in case. Need some milk. What the hell is he doing in the garage? All right, we're going to put this here because this will cover behind us just in case stuff goes down. Let's check the temps. What does BJM mean? Beef jerky man. Okay. Uh-oh. Is that a flippery doodah? Is that a flippery doodah? It was a flippery doodah. Okay. I think it's here. Okay. So technically this is one room. That is another room. That is another room. That's why it was cold there and not here. Here, I'll stop this so you don't have to hear it. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll take... But why are you throwing all the shit in here? Put it there. That looks like a decent spot. Do that there. Do this here. Put that there. Check the temps again. Window tap. Which window? I mean, it really doesn't matter at this point, I guess. Why'd you be a mimic? Here, we'll turn that light off so it can actually do stuff. You just want it to be stationary? Oh, the dots? Yeah, just so you guys don't have to hear it going back and forth. That's good. That's a good cam. That's a good cam. Thought it's the same room? No. No, technically, when you walk in, this is not one room. 1, 2, 3. Orbs. Yeah, we see the orbs. Hi, Heather. How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? Yeah, we know we got the orbs. We were not getting UV. I haven't seen freezing yet, but freezing seems to take forever these days. So we'll see. Game name, Phasmophobia. Raising the roof. What's up, homie? That's pollen. Okay, roger that. Lucy, how are you? All right, it's not giving us squat. Do the orbs move? I think they're still here. Yeah, they're right there. Nothing. All right, let's go back in. We need motion, parabolic, and escape. So we'll take this. We'll take this. You smell writing? This is, again, chat his ears, not chat his nose. By the spirit box. I could try again. Is that my breath? Yeah, that's my breath. I'm pretty sure I just saw dots. I'm almost certain of it. I did see dots. Thought I did. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This combo seems so familiar. Oh no. Yikes. Oh no. Oh crap. Did the dots look like they were coming at me or walking away from me? That's my next question. Away? Okay. All right, do that, do that. You heard writing? Well, then the game is broken. So if the dots come towards you, it's likely a banshee. I believe so. When it targets you, it comes at you like that. Yeah. It's funny. Look at the salt. You can see in your hand if it's been used. This is used. It's empty. This one has salt in it. You see it? And you can see it getting used inside of the tin. Did you ever notice that? Yeah. It's all in the details, man. It's all in the deets. We have smudgies. It's walking in salt. It's doing the thing. Well, it's going to walk in salt, hopefully, here in a minute. Hey, don't flickery dude on me. You can't see the final use on narrower. Oh, on a narrow FOV? Yeah, that makes sense. Now, listen, if this was a Ure. Hey, look at that. If this was a Ure and it shut this door, that would be... You can't make it up. I like it's scripted. Oh wow. Wow, imagine. Imagine. Oh shit, there's no way. There's no way. Hold on. Think it'll... You think it'll do it again? I can't believe that just happened. Wow. So we have a beef jerky man, Ure, Daniel Ramirez. It shut it in my face. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little pissed. Thank you, Storm. Oh, shit. That's good. You can't make that up. Sand level. Okay, I don't know. It's on Nightmare, so I'm not going to get any... Hey, where you going? I don't need a ghost photo, right? Is that 8? Yeah, 9. And then... Could go get the cursed possession. I don't even know what the cursed possession is. I have no idea what it even is. DC. Welcome in. How are you? I could get a dot photo. We could try. Frank. Was it? Did you see the voodoo doll? Or what I could do, I could take a picture of the front door if it decides to shut it again. Look for the bone. Yeah, I kind of have to look for the bone anyway. I might go take sanity because we know what the go. Although, I need to escape it during a hunt. Maybe that would actually be a bad idea. If it shuts the front door and you're outside, does it count? Absolutely. If there's nobody in the map and it shuts the front door, it's even more of a guarantee of it being a Ure, because the ghost is not going to event and it's not going to hunt unless someone's in the map. Yeah, so it's even more of a guarantee. Daniel, shut Nanor. Do you think we could count it down? Come on. We'll put this back here. What's the Shades ability? The Shades ability is for it to be an app. Okay. It is going to do it in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You would have shit if I got that again. That would have been so good. Oh, I'll take it. Sold. Is it stream sniping? Here, I'll leave you some lights. There you go, friend. There you go, buckaroo. I got you. All right, now we need to go find the bone. It was bait. He's trying to get us all along. All right, we need bone. Manila shirt, not an envelope. We need to find the bone. You know what? That's what I should sell as merch. I should sell Manila shirts. They're not yellow, it's Manila. Let's go upstairs. Favorite cursed object is the music box. I love the music box. Toilet boner? No. Probably in the basement. How much you want to bet? I know I like to keep my neatly folded shirts on the floor in my walk-in closet. You know that there's somebody here that probably does. Fishty buns, and you are just tearing them down. Hello. Which is rude. Rued. Me, I do that. Yeah, see? You hate folding. You know what I got? So, because, you know what? We're probably going to go sit over here. Because I have a cube organizer in my closet for all of my shirts. Because I have a crap ton of t-shirts. Oh, it farted on me? Delish. Sure. I don't know where it is. Because I have a crap ton of t-shirts. My cube organizer, I'm a tall person. I have XL shirts. They're large shirts. So they don't fit. If I just do like a quick fold on it, they're way too big. So I've got to make it a little more condensed. So I got one of those like foldy guys where you put the shirt on it and you like fold over, fold again. And it's like perfectly folded and they fit into the cubes perfectly. So, and it also speeds up folding the t-shirts. Cause when I wash my shirts, there's a shit ton of them. Yeah. Sheldon special. It's so great. Dude, absolutely worth. 1,000,000% worth. I love it. You would have that. Yeah, I would. And it's great. And I love it to death. It was cheap and it's great. That's what okay. So we have motion sensors. We're going to go get parabolic. All the things. All the things. Use corporate cube organizer too, but only for my PG's house clothes. That's fair. Yeah, it's great. I love it. Don't they crease more? No. So the trick is when you, because the foldy thing is not as big, it's smaller, obviously. What I do is I lay the shirt flat, and then before I fold the bottom, I fold up a little bit so it fits. And then the way you fold that, it doesn't crease it where you think it would. Yeah. So it's wonderful. It's great. Foldy thing. Yeah, that's a technical term. Yeah. The foldy doohickey. Hey! Wait. Uh-oh. 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 Well, I wasn't ready for that. All right, we have a lighter. We're good. Cruisy at the front door? Yep. Remember not to die this time? Roger that. I'll do my best. Garment folded. Okay. That's way too official. Any whispers? Oh, I did get a whisper. Oh, that scared me. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Look at this. Oh, wait. Oh! The Hunty? Hi! You're cute. Thought about being a model. You know, come to think of it, I don't know what he would model. He runs around in no clothes. Are you a hand model? Hey! It's angry and spicy. Maybe he could be sponsored by Slim Jim or something. You know, that'd be pretty cool. Snap into a Slim Jim. All right, so we got all the photos. We got the objectives. We picked up the bone. Well, it's a Ure. Sweet. He's a necklace model. Come on. You know you want to do it one more time. One more time for the road. Come on. Come on. Come on. Still need our Slim Jim BGM ad. Oh my God, song. That would take me so long. I can't hear the subs. Baboose, thank you so much for the 2 months. Hello. Himawari. Hi, friend. Sorry, I can't hear the things. I do apologize. FG, thank you for the prime. No? No? Last time I had to turn around for him to do it. He was very shy. So here, we'll give him a chance. No. All right. Well, this was fun. Ure. Oh, my. Out of all the ghosts that it could be. Out of all the ghosties that it could be.
Welcome back.
How many times did it use its ability? Tis the question. Tis the question. 4 times? How many times did we notice? Like 2? Damn. All right. You do you, boo-boo. Sweet. Nicely done. Now I can put my headphones back on so I can hear. 3 heard? Did we hear a 3rd? We had the 1. We had the 1. We had the 2. When was the 3? We heard it before the Cruci burn. Oh, you guys heard it before that. Oh, okay. I understand. I gotcha. That makes sense. Well, for all those that said I was going to live, GG's. Nicely done. Can't even correctly get the ghost in the first map, but you're good, FG. It just takes time. It just takes time. The more you play the game, the better you'll get. Do the tutorial for sure. Don't ever be afraid to ask questions if you're unsure. Amber, hello. How are you? Got your channel points back. Yeah. Me kicking the bucket was not good for people's points. Yeah. You have too many points? I know. I never know what to actually use. Why? I don't ever have anything that it can be used for. Yeah. Favorite Celsius flavor? I like orange. Yeah, orange is my jam. It's 12. It is 12. It is. But it's also Friday. So that doesn't mean we're skipping out of here or anything like that. Oh, no, no. No. Can't wait to play on console. I know. There's many, very much so many that want to. Himawari, thank you, friend. Ads. Oh, yeah. I got you. Thank you. Tin Soldier. Thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate the prime, friend. Any friendly ghosts? I don't ever... it's very rare that I turn on friendly ghost and do a hunt. Just because of how boring it can be. It can be boring. Saturday for me, 2:03 p.m. Oh my God. Eggs. You're in the future. You're in the future. All right. Once the ads are done, we'll keep trucking. Decide what we're going to do. Hey, what's up, Anu? What'd I miss? Nothing. We did some no evidence. We did some chat his ears. Had a banshee hunt directly on top of me, and that wasn't very kind. Had a Ure shut the door in my face, which was great. What are ads? Oh my God. No evidence friendly ghost. We've done it before. Again, it's just boring. Because you can't make the ghost hunt, and it's all dependent on the things that it does. Certain ghosts you can't test for, and at that point you're just guessing. But things like No evidence, no sanity, like those types of runs you can figure out because you can narrow down the ghosts. Hey, what's up, Dell? All right. 48 seconds, and then we're good to go. 48. Always a risky bet. Oh, to bet on me kicking the bucket? Yeah. Yeah, profitable. It's kind of like Chinggis when he talks about his Sparkle. Oh my goodness. It's like when Chinggis talks about his meme runs. It's gonna be different for everybody, Panda. Yeah, it just depends on where you are. Region, that's how the ads are delivered, is by region. So some people are going to get it just a few seconds or not at all, and some are going to get the entire thing. So we wait for the entire thing. Yeah, exactly. See you, Slender. Have a good one. Camp Woodwin's the worst. The worst for what? Somebody get 10 ads. Yeah, it's going to happen. If it's, you have to think about it. 3 minutes of ads. 3 minutes of ads, depending on how long the ads are, you're going to get a lot of them if you get the entirety of them. That's why, like, if anybody ever asks about like subbing to not have ads, I always recommend getting Twitch Turbo to not have ads, because if you have Twitch Turbo, then you don't have ads anywhere on Twitch. Because subbing to not have ads, trying to do that everywhere is just impossible. That's too much. So if you get Turbo, you get no ads anywhere on Twitch. Turbo is for no ads. Subbing is just to support the creator. I will forever look at it like that. I missed the door shutting. Well, damn, that must have been all when the ghost shut it in my face. As I said, if it was a year. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're back. We do be back, though. We're level 86, which is super duper. Like in Turbo. I love Turbo. I love Turbo. You sent a beautiful message. A beautiful, wait, what do you mean a beautiful message? You said it's your girlfriend's birthday. Well, happy birthday to your girlfriend. I sent a beautiful message. Happy birthday? I did SVG. Yeah, orange. Yeah. Anyone clip the door shutting? Maybe. If not, I'll go back and find it. Yeah, there's a lot of times where if there's something that's not clipped and I want to use it, I'll just go back in the VOD and try to find it. One of the few creators I watch, so I'd rather support you than no ads anywhere. Oh, Astrock, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. There's plenty of clips at the door. Thank you. All right, so now the question is, do we continue Phas or do I switch over to observation duty demo? 10 bells, I think might have to wait. 10 bells might need to wait because I feel like that's going to be a substantial amount of time. Lockdown? Oh, it's too late for that. Demo. I think we should switch. Yeah. And then Sunday we'll be back for more Phas. I mean, Sunday I could split that day too. Sunday could be a mostly Phas or partly Phas and then doing 10 bells too. Lethal Company? At some point I will. At some point. Observation, it's been a while? Yeah. Agreed. Let's do the ting. Let's do the ting.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I'm sure you have, but I don't want them. You've been recently addicted to observation duty. I haven't played observation duty in quite a while. It has been a minute. Let's see if this updates. I don't think it did. Dang. For no reason whatsoever, what do you have going on tomorrow afternoon? I'm not completely sure yet. Is it really not even? Oh, it's not even listed yet. Oh, that explains why. Ah, okay. So I wonder, should I put myself in an I'm on observation duty category or games and demo? I mean, I guess games and demos, which sucks because I really, really wish that they would add a horror one. I really wish they would. Message about something, which means you'll see in Discord in like 3 weeks. That sounds about right. That sounds right. Complete the all tier challenge. Oh, the tier 1? Yeah. Oh, I know. At some point. I've just been with everything else that's going on, and I know consoles coming and all this stuff. Just haven't had time. Just haven't had time. All right. I'm on observation duties number 7. Jesus. Hi, Mel. Jesus Christ. Music's great but intense, yeah. I like that you can I like this. I like this setting. You can adjust how loud the UI is. I like that. That's nice. That's super nice. All right, how's the volume right now? If the active anomaly amount surpasses 3, the game will end. Oh, shit. Well, eyes peeled, guys. I'm going to need your help. Eyes appealed. All right. Right now, the game doesn't seem laggy or anything like that. We'll just see, I guess. Maybe music on 30. I don't know if the music's going to play outside of here. You trust us? No. Okay. Well, let's do the thing, I guess. So, I'm on observation duty. Has a demo for number 7. It's a very intense starting screen. But I'm excited for this to come out. Hopefully it comes out sooner rather than later. But I haven't played I'm on observation duty in a long time. So this should be pretty fun. But I'm going to need you guys to have your peepers at the ready. Boy. Attentions. Game explanation. We need to spot the difference. You're going to be blocking stuff up in that corner? I'm going to be blocking stuff in every corner. What do you mean? I'm going to have to tell you whatever corner I'm in. Unless we think that the bottom right, unless we think the bottom is probably going to be the best. Like down here, because there's the report button. You don't need to see me hit the report button. I doubt the amount of things that are going to be down in the bottom right are probably minimal. Top right? Okay. Yeah. If there's things, if I see things up in this corner, I'll tell you. You don't need to hit the report button. Oh. Ooh, audio change. Okay. Entryway. I might not have been fast enough when we started this. So things might have changed already and we don't know, but I guess we'll find out. Is that a revolver? Jesus. Oh my God. Bradley! Made jump start it. Oh my God. Oh, you know something's going to peek out of here. Get out of here. You know that's going to happen. All right. Back to the yard. So eyes peeled. No one can see the dog painting everyone thinks is weird. You mean this dog painting? That is a really creepy dog painting. It is pretty creepy. What? Where am I? Kitchen? What do you mean you just click on it? Clicking on it didn't do squat. Or is it just the abyss? What is that? Is that a person? Or is that a log? I think it's a log. If you hold left click, you get an anomaly menu. It was just giving me an X. Wait, is this different? Oh. Object replacement, object movement, extra? Shit. If you right click, you get a different menu. Oh, God. So this is normal? There's 2 buckets here normally? That's normal. Oh, okay. Normal red buckets. Mittens on the heater. Oh, there's another dog photo right there. I just noticed that. Doily on the table. Is that an extra object? Good eye, Mel. I don't know the rooms well enough yet. See, there's a doily here. Oh, you know some creepy shit's gonna happen. What the f— All right, so red buckets are normal. What is a doily? That was a doily. You didn't get to see it? Well, there was another one. There's one on the kitchen table. Wait a minute. Is this normal? Cobweb normal? Okay. Roger that. Oh, is this bone bigger? Wasn't this bone smaller? Would it be object manipulation? Huge boner, dude. Huge. What? No anomaly found. Replacement? Ah, because it's with a different one. Okay. Because it's a completely different bone. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's not just bigger. It was literally different. I have a feeling something bad's gonna happen. Got a feeling something bad's gonna happen. We're not gonna be ready for it. I'm probably gonna poop. Chair moved. What chair? Where I was? Or this? This chair? Caps lock excitement. Wow, it turned like inches. Frosted glass in the entryway. Oh, here? I think it's normal. I think it is too. Yeah. Bedroom window? No, I think it's the wood. What you think is a person is wood. Yeah, it's literally the wood of the cabin. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't like it one bit. I'm sorry, was that blurb or was that in the game? Oh, why does the window look different now? Frosted. Oh, it's literally frosted glass. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't like it. Oh, I don't know. How do I report it? How do I report it? How do I report it? I have to go back? Did you see him turn his head around and look at me? Did you see him look at us? Nasty mother. Did he have to make eye contact? That was unnecessary. Y'all know what he was doing? Yeah, he was checking the thread count on the sheets. Soiled. Ew. What is this jar? Is there a skull on that? Ugh. I hate your face so much. Dead body. Where? Dude be chilling. You see that sneaky bastard? Oh my god. This is a demo. I don't want to get back to the bedroom. I don't want to do it. Men's on the radiator. They're normal. Yeah, we've seen them there the entire time. I'm waiting for something to come booking it down this way. I'm just waiting. Something changed on the bookshelf in the living room. Is this an extra object? Is this supposed to be there? That's there. Okay. Yeah, the revolver on top of the cabinet is normal. That is normal. Something. We got a toilet intruder. We got a toilet intruder. Skibbity. I hate it here so much. Oh God, I hate it here. Well, I hope you enjoyed my last stream. It was fun. Had a blast. Freaking toilet intruder. What's this world come to? No sanctity. Oh, if there's something different, I have not noticed. This is their normal. Yeah, I haven't noticed a change this entire time. Is this painting normal? I mean, it's nothing crazy different if it is. Painting's normal. What the fuck? Okay, he's upset. Select all the items, images with protection. Oh, F you. No, 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 bad. No, get out. No. They had me complete a CAPTCHA while that thing was charging me? That was so rude. So rude. No, I saw him. There is a magazine on the bed. I seenst it. There is a magazine there. Yeah, see right here. There's a magazine there. There should be two. Oh, one over here, one over here. There's two. Yeah, there's one here and one here. There's two on the bed. It was awful to tap back into. Sorry about that. Oh, can't see the other one. Yeah, it's really dark. Yeah. Fair to you. It is. The other magazine is very dark. Oh. Missing. Our mittens are gone. Hey, Promise, how are you? Keep my eyes on this revolver. I have a feeling that's going to disappear at some point. It got stolen by that guy. Well, I mean, he's probably pretty cold. Hey, Prod, what's up? Hate the clock. It's like Phasmo. I'm good. Just dealing with stuff. Top shelf. Wait. What moved? Top shelf. Book moved? What room? The living room. Oh, in here? You mean this? This looks normal. Oh. We're missing a camera. Kitchen. Can you play as multiple people? No. I do not think so. So many random things. God. The light. I don't know why the light feels different in that room now. I don't know why. TV stand? Yeah. Something's going to happen. I know. Oh, I know. Striped towel. This one did? Would it move over one? Oh my God. Yeah, literally scooched. That's a good spot. That was a good eye. That made it scooched over. I don't remember that being there. Oh no, if I see, yeah, I'm keeping my eyes peeled on the top right. If I see anything, I'll make sure to say something. Or I'll just click on it, but nothing yet. We haven't seen anything happen while we're staring at the screen either, like an object move or something like that. Kitchen rug was one piece, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Was one piece? What do you mean? Oh, you were answering somebody. Sorry. I got you. Everything looks normal. Rugs, whatnot. Waiting for our next intruder. Because you know it's coming. What if like this is an extra object? That'd be some shit. There's a bone. Oh yeah, it was larger. We had a bigger bone. Saw something move. What'd you see move? Crashing, no worries. I knew you're good. Yeah, it was a big bone. Bone was, it was huge. Object, would it be movement or manipulation? I guess movement, right? Because it's flipped. It's upside down. Yeah. What the fuck was that? What was that? That's normal? Why is that? What is this? Was this always here? What is this? Hold on. Look at this. What is this? Has this always been here? I wonder. I mean, you would know. What the fuck is that? That's normal? What the hell is that? All right. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Gonna question things? Probably smart. Probably pretty smart. Just the old, it is what it is. It is what it is. Imagine the full game? Yeah, I know. Okay. Ooh. Lights. Game explanation? It's basically a spot the difference horror game. We've experienced a few of those horrors already. Angelos, hello. I'm waiting for that dog to. I'm waiting for this dog painting to change. If it does, I'll move my camera around so you can see it. Classic intruders doing super strange things and are really gross. Hey, Tundra. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Stovetop? I'm pretty sure that's normal. Either that's normal or it's been changed this entire time and I never noticed. Waiting for footprints in the snow. Yeah, something. Are you kidding me? Someone turned off her shows. She's pissed. She sounded like one of the Sims, like whenever they get angry. She's gonna get us. Don't say that. Oh, now I gotta watch the couch. Thanks, lady. She said, no. Pictures in the entryway. What about them? Aren't these normal? Lady's got a beard. Wait, what? What the hell would that be considered? What do I put that as? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Image anomaly? Okay, I know. Well, oh, yeah, his beard did go on her. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Pot on stove. What do you think it is? Extra object? We'll try it. F it. Nothing. That's normal. It's not the pot on the stove. But there's something else that's different. Missing tree? Where? Here? Dude, I'm paranoid. What is this? Middle of the Grove. There's a little snowbank. This? Holy shit. How? Wait. Is this always here? This isn't here. That's extra object. Right? Hey, Ryder, what's up? Is it Frosty? Wait. I don't think so. Lighter in the kitchen? Where? Nothing's wrong with the window in the entryway? Yeah. Lighter in the kitchen, on the table. What lighter? This? The fuck you talking? I'm so confused. That's been there the entire time. Literally the entire time. Yeah. There's something else though, I think. Are these cabinets supposed to be open? More? No, that's normal. Okay. Okay. I thought they were supposed to be just open more than they were. I don't like that. I don't like it one bit. I don't like it one bit. Missing pillow on the tainted bed. Is it? I'll try. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything. Where? Where is it missing a pillow? It was on the bottom half. Oh, it was down here. Y'all are crazy. The tainted bed. The tainted bed. Ugh. Ugh. So gross. So gross. The butt cheek guy? Yeah. The couch is soiled. The bed is soiled. Literally everything is tainted. We're just gonna have to burn the house down when we're done. Clock in the living room? Are you serious? What would that be? Object. We were like less than 30 minutes away from winning, I think. Object movement in the kitchen. I have no idea what moved. Object manipulation in the living room. Image anomaly in the bedroom. Oh, I love that it tells us too. It was the tray on the cabinet. So object movement in the kitchen, manipulation in the living room, anomaly, image anomaly in the bedroom. I just want to see what they were. So what did we say the kitchen was? So the object manipulation was the clock. What was the kitchen? I think the bench in the kitchen moved, but I'm not as familiar with that one. Okay. A tray? Let me see. I just want to see. We know. All right. So this was different because the hands were changed. Okay. What was in the kitchen? Object manipulation? No, object movement, right? It was the bench. Where was it before? And then image manipulation. Or sorry, just whatever, the picture was different. This has been the norm. This has been the same. That's been the same. That's been the same. So it must have been this. It must have been this. Damn. Damn. So close. Clock is a... Did this already change? Or am I... Oh, it changes as time goes. So, Oh, so it's based off the, oh, I get it. Because look at this, 13, 13. So if it looks like it's a wrong time based on this time, then you know it's wrong. 21 out of 24 is not that bad at all. No, it is not. No, it is not. Listen, Skibbity, I'm not in the mood. Especially the first time through, yeah. I'll probably upload that as a video even though we didn't make it through. Can you not go so fast? Roger that. Did you get that? Did you get it?
Wow, that's toxic.
Totally just realized that you can change the cameras with the A and the D key. It's pretty great. I didn't know that. My hand was resting on my keyboard, and then all of a sudden, oh. So fast that I already found an anomaly at the 425. Wait, what? Hey, Flash, you can change the camera. Shut up. Yeah, the tree was ridiculous. That's unnecessary. Why? Why? I heard a sound. What was that? It's so uncalled for. Oh, you gross bastard. Never know what it's called. Observation duty. I'm on observation duty. This is number 7. This is the demo. So the full release is not out yet. Honestly, I don't even know if there is a date yet. Not even sure. Was that Twitch friendly? Sure. It just says coming soon. Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about the full release yet, so I'm not sure. There's no date on Steam either. Yeah, when they know the date, they'll put it there. Is the box on the bookshelf supposed to be slightly opened? I mean, over here, this looks normal to me. That looked normal to me. See ya, Prince Noob. Have a good one. Bong. I think the box was closed before. You gaslight me? You gaslight me, bruv? Which box? This one? That looks closed. That doesn't look open. Okay. Object movement. Just to please some hearts. Nope, I think you're gaslighting me. I think I have been gaslit. Yeah. Old man eyes? Yeah. Oh, old lady beard. Why do I keep doing this? I know the A and D keys can do it. He's got them boomer eyes. Is there always two of these here? Yeah. Okay. I don't know why I thought there was only one. So shovel, this guy. Bedroom window, I'll check it. See, now it makes sense why the timer or the... Oh no, why the clock? Why the clock is a little bit easier to recognize if something changes. Bedroom window looks fine. People keep thinking that the logs out here are a person, and they're not. Was there always a remote on the rug in the bedroom? I will go back and double check. Hmm. Is there a remote on the rug? Wait. What remote? There's no remote. I'm a little confused. Oh, you thought that was you think this is a remote. This right here? It's part of the chair. Yeah, there's the chair leg is sticking out. But I appreciate the spot though. Never a bad suggestion because you never know when we're going to run into something. Is that always up right there? I think it is, but yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it though. Thank you. Just again, randomly seeing stuff that seems a little different, but it's hard to tell. Normal light. This photo, you can't even make out what the hell that's supposed to be. Has this image changed? Extra object? Forbidden snack? What? That's what it is. That's what it's called? There's a special report for it. Where? You missed it now. Oh, it only pops up when it's there. Oh, okay. Okay. So what do you get for doing the special report? Like the frosted glass, right? Wouldn't that kind of be a way? Well, I guess maybe it only shows up when you actually like land right on it. I was gonna say, wouldn't that be kind of cheatsy doodle? Because then when you see a special report, you're like, oh, there's something different here. Hey, PvP. What's up, Tracy? Playing I'm on Observation Duty 7, the demo. Bottom cabinet. This one? I think it's object movement. Good eye. Good eye, sniper. Duele. Hey, what's up, Ash? Stream has been going well, friend. How are you? Doing all right. Just woke up. Nice. Do you have to change screens after reporting something, or do you just do it to keep looking? I just do it to keep looking, rather than stare at something for too long, just in case something else changes. I might get lucky enough to see it change, like while I'm looking. So we just move on to the next one. Window? Which window? Okay. The front door. What about it? All looks copacetic. Frosted? No. No, it's more obvious when it's frosted. It's quiet. Too quiet. Frosted and foggy look different. Yeah. Something's happening with the audio here. When I'm outside. It's weird. Oh. It was a matter of time for something happened to that damn dog. It was a matter of time. The dog has revealed its true self. The wavy screen, that's normal. It's just something that happens. What did it do? It was really angry. It was very mad. Very mad pupper. Very mad. I don't like it at all. Not a single bit. There's always an extra painting on the far right of the bedroom. Yes. We can make sure that it's the correct painting. Yeah, there's one there, here, 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 there. That all looks normal. Couple pillows. This one here. This glass. That thing. Yeah. Rut-row? Rut-row indeed. Yeah. I don't want a naked lady on my couch again. It's very unnecessary. Ranger, thank you, friend. Oh. Flipped over coat rack. Times normal. Gun pots. Give me the huge bone again. Maybe. Maybe if we ask the game real nice, it'll provide. Oh, observation duty, Lord. Please provide us a huge boner. Make boner huge. Is the bread on the counter in the kitchen normal? I believe so. Yeah, that's been there the whole time. We're not missing any cams, right? Missing doors? Where? Oh, under the TV. Good spot. Good spot. Look at that. You can barely tell. It is barely noticeable. You ate them? That's okay. Everybody wants a snack. Oh, oh. Huge spider. So what exactly is the point of doing a special one? There was a huge spooter over there, dude. Massive spooter. For funsies? Oh, okay. Just because you can report something silly like that? I'm going to do this just for kicks, just to feel better about myself. Okay. I feel better. Oh, ads are about to start and there's nothing I can do. It's in reference to the huge man. Oh my God. That guy? Yeah. That's not something, is it? I think I'm looking too much into it. I don't know why that looks different. I don't remember seeing something down the lane. Are these normally here? Kitchen? Okay. Bread box and toaster. Yeah, thank you, Goomba. Thank you, Mayor. Good eyes, good eyes, good eyes. Why does this look weird? What the fuck is that? Is that just the way that looks? Looked really weird. Snow miss? Like, would that be missing object? Jesus. That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Snow missing from the railing. But I missed her in the ads. The snow on this railing went missing. And we found it. We brought it home. How'd someone see that? Because Fishy Buns is crazy. That's why. The time looks right. brain. Seriously, dude. What a spot. What a spot. Have we seen that? Yes. Yes, we have. Yeah, and I had a captcha to do as well. I didn't realize it would ask me to do a captcha the second we found it. I think I just heard something. Snow? Okay. I will have you? What the hell's... What object manipulation? Oh, you are mine? Are we dating now? Yes? Okay. It's not... Which one am I dating? Oh, God. Is it the bed guy? The chick on the couch? Or the thing that was smacking its head across the door? All of them? It's a party. What is that? What is that? Intruder? Am I dating him? Is that my guy? It's Bigfoot on skis? Oh no. Oh no. Oh God. Okay. Bed soiler's on his way. I like that we're giving them all names. I do enjoy that. Poor guy's just trying to get home. Yeah, you can see. Well, you listen. He's been through here enough. He's causing a ruckus. He's causing a ruckus. I can't. Is this correct? Oh, huge boner, dude. 4:49. This isn't on the 4. Minutes look right, but the hour doesn't. Clock is fine. Okay. Is it just the minutes we have to worry about, not the hour? Bone didn't get fixed. Wait, what? Wasn't it object manipulation? Object replacement. Replacement, because it's a completely different boner. That's right. I went through the exact same thing last time, and I got it. Yeah. My bad. I'm going to quickly go through these because I need to get around the bend to the other cams. Oh, God. It's the final witching hour. That lady's going to come back to watch her soaps. I know it. I know it. You know she's coming back. It's the left shoe that's always down, yes? Yeah, that looks right. Okay. The hour hand's really small. Fuck. Uh-oh. Trap in the kitchen. Missing books? Where? In the living room? We're at here? Good spot. Good eyes. Good eyes. No, I appreciate it, especially now. That mat is always there. Behind the window? What window? Oh, what is that? What is that? Is that... Oh, what is that? Rift? Oh, that was a guess. Oh, that was such a guess. We gotta go fast. Shout. No, it's the wood. It's the wood. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. I'm gonna go a little quicker. Clock? I think the clock is right. The clock is correct. Saggy bag. She probably went somewhere to finally watch her shows. Yeah, clock is fine. This is normal. Pretty sure that's normal as well. Normal, 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 normal. Is the wood in the kitchen shiny? Picks are fine. Yeah, they seem fine. Oh my God. I'm dating you, aren't I? Yeah, it's him. That's my guy. That's my guy. Where? There's got to be something we're missing. But what? Almost as flexible as Pam. Almost. We didn't give enough time to shine. Is that moved? Is that turned? Chair? Movement. Size of the green tubs. These? Oh, maybe. Oh my God, dude. Holy moly. The tubs were normal. $25. Dude, some of those are ridiculous. The snow on the handrail, the tree that was all the way in the back. Holy crap. Dude, I can't imagine what this is going to be like when it's a full game. The demo itself is a game. So that means whenever the full game comes out, there's going to be more locations and probably more game modes. Holy crap. Yeah. Wishlist it? Yeah. 100%. 100%. Holy shit. 6 maps? At least we'll know one of them, kind of. At least we already kind of got one of them down. Holy moly. can't wait for it to come out. Me either. Holy shit. And there are still anomalies that you haven't seen for the demo. Oh my god. Play again. We just went through it twice. We beat it once. If you want to see how BS the kitchen movement is, I sent it in the Twitch Hangout channel. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. You guys want to see how bullshit that is? I don't even know which one is the normal one. I guess, yeah, if that's at 1, that's got to be it. So this was minute 1. Look where this bench is. See this bench? This is what it looks like when it's an anomaly. That's some bullshit. Wow. How are we supposed to notice that? By failing and then doing things like this to recognize what has happened? Hey, Saber, welcome in. How are you? Oh, that's just goofy. That's just goofy. Oh my god. All right, get me out of this for now. Get me out of that for now. Oh my god. Ridiculous. All right. Well, we've had our fun. We have had our fun. The rug is a reference point. Yeah, if you can see the rug in its entirety, then you know that you have an anomaly. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, I'm probably gonna end it there. It is 1 a.m. for me, 1:17. But you guys are freaking awesome, man. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I'll be live on Sunday. Sunday. But yeah, stick around. We'll go raid somebody. We'll go raid. So what now? Well, it is 1 a.m. for me, and I have kiddos that like to wake up nice and early. So that means it is time for us to go find someone to say hi to. That's what that means. Oh, but thank you guys for the help. I appreciate it. There's no shot that I would be able to do that on my lonesome without help. There's no way. There is no effing way. Was fun. 'Twas a lot of fun. So let's go find out somewhere to go, shall we? I appreciate it, Mel. Thanks for sticking around. Thank you for helping with that too. Yeah, that was freaking great. So whenever that comes out, we'll have to do it. I still need to play Dale and Dawson. Dale and Dawson Stationary Supplies. Still got to play that. So I've got to figure out a day to do that. Get a crew together. Play. Phoenix, hi, bye. Oh, hi, Phoenix. I gotta get that. Yeah, I gotta get it too. Same. Oh man, dude, oh dude, let me pull up Steam. Hold on. There is a game that the creators of Little Nightmares are coming out with, and it looks freaking great. Where the hell's my wish list? Where's my wish list? Reanimal, is that what it's called? All right, let's go to, let me see, go to the store, wish list. Is it called Reanimal? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look at this. Dude, look how good this looks. This looks freaking awesome. The quality is insane. It's like a mixture between Little Nightmares and oh my god. What was the game I liked with the something in the Mountain King? Bravel, whatever the fuck, I don't remember what it's called. Bramble the Mountain King. Bramble and Little Nightmares together. This is what this looks like. This is called Reanimal. Yeah. It's coming soon. There's no date yet. There's no date yet, but it looks freaking cool. Hold on. Look at this. Yeah, Bramble. That's what I was thinking of.
Nothing lasts forever.
Dude, the graphics are so good.
I thought you were dead.
Oh, I can't wait for that. The light, oh, everything. Dude, it looks like a movie in itself. It legit looks like a movie. Oh god. Nope. Stop it. Yeah, that looks awesome. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Was there anything else on here that I added recently? Oh yeah. At some point I want to play this. I want to play Thank Goodness You're Here. I've been told to play this game because it's hilarious. So I need to check that out. It is obviously not a scary game, but people said it's hilarious, so check it out. Haunted Paws. It's a co-op game, co-op horror game with 2 dogs. Slay the Princess still on there? Yeah, I haven't gotten it yet. There's a bunch of stuff on here that I haven't gotten yet. Don't mind me. Check out Still Wakes the Deep. Yeah. I want to play Just Crow Things. I don't know that I'm going to do. I think I've heard about Just Crow Things. This I'm looking forward to. This is one of those like atmospheric. This one I'm looking for. Dude, there's so many good fucking games I'm waiting for. But yeah, this one right here. This is another one of those like super atmospheric games.
Where am I? You're awake. This is my lab.
What are you gonna do to me?
You? How about getting to know you? You don't have to recall everything all at once. I'll help you.
I know, Dino. I know. I would love to start incorporating more games. We get suckered right back in.
It's all right. You must have been here at some point.
I think what makes it tough is not being able to stream more. Because it'd be a lot easier to play other games on top of getting Phasmo into.
broken images must have made you feel confused at times.
No. Stop. What are you doing?
There's way more. Like, I didn't realize how long this trailer showed only
Find
this.
your lost memories, Daniel.
Hi, Mr. Chinggis.
Have you really forgotten her?
Daniel, wake up.
I play this full. Yeah, I feel that, Mel. I feel that.
Where the hell am I?
When the Leviathan Corporation came, everything changed. We brought hope.
This mother that you all worship, has she made this city any better?
He has lingered too long at the gate of death. How do you know if his consciousness
Yeah,
is still
Diana, I
in
think
his
that's a
body
lot of us.
anyway?
Tell me, do you think a glimpse of a memory is the absolute truth? You don't get to choose to see the events that led up to these memories, or what transpired after.
You should know more than I do about how Leviathan operates.
Why don't you kill me?
Because you're a good person. Whether it's in this space or another space, you're a good person.
Oh, fuck, they're using
What's going
Dixper.
to happen next?
You,
Jeez, look at the graphics.
will you help me?
I just stare at my library and get overwhelmed. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. There's so many games, man. So many games, so little time. Listen, at some point, we're going to have to do a Dixper test because according to them, it is apparently fixed. 'Tis the word on the street. So I don't know. Maybe we'll try it a little bit on Sunday. I don't know. It's never bugged. Watch. We're going to go to do it. We're going to go to use it. And in the second we go to use it, it's going to happen. And I'm going to say something to them and say, yeah, it happened again. They're going to go, we'll look into it. They still exist. Told yesterday by someone who rated in that they played with it all day and it worked. Well, okay, so here's a good example of what I've also heard. So I was talking to like Wolf, I was talking to Wolfen, and he was saying how, oh yeah, I've been using Dixper for the past blah blah blah, and it's been working perfectly fine. I was like, oh, maybe they fixed it. That same day or the next day I used it, broken the entire time. As in, like, people were able to use 3 or 4 cards at the same exact time. But according to Dixper, that is now fixed. Unlikely, but you know, seeing is believing. So we'll see. I'm not sure I'm ready to brave it again. It's just something different for funsies. It's just for funsies. All right. You know what? Speaking of stuff and things, I know what we'll do. It'll be fixed around the time Phas releases on console. Oh, shit. That could be any day now. Okay, I know what we're going to do. All right, my friends. Here are the raid commands. If you're a follower, that is for you. If you are a sub, that is for you. And my little creepy tier 3s, you get the Flash Golden. What am I going to do next? Raid. You know what I'm going to play next? Sunday. Sunday we'll be doing more things and stuff. Yeah. Why are they creepy? Because they're tier 3s. And we love them. But yeah, if you guys are not in my Discord already, you want to get updates about my schedule, I'll update Monday, since I won't be live on Monday. Wife and I are going to be traveling at that point. So we will be back. I might be back Wednesday. I'm not sure yet. I don't have a certainty on that. But we were just talking about Little Nightmares, and wouldn't you know it, one of our friends is actually playing the first Little Nightmares, Sailor. So we're going to go say hi to Sailor, Sugar Plum. Sailor is a homie. Sailor is awesome. Sailor is another Kinetic partner, plays a bunch of scary games, lots of Phasmo, but changes it up every now and then, and is changing it up today. So, where is she? In her stream. Yeah. She's famous. That's the word on the street. Do not copy who the fuck. Don't copy that. But thank you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the bits and the subs and the raids and the hangout and the help. I appreciate it. I will I'll get the video posted for observation duty soon. Probably do it this week. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to edit that much out of it. I just have to decide if I want to include both runs or just the successful one. I don't know. I could make it a longer video and just do both, where I fail right at the end and then I succeed. So I don't know. Up in the air. But thank you guys. I appreciate you. I will talk to you in Discord if I don't talk to you on stream or in the comments. And then I will see you guys on Sunday. Sunday for more fun. So thank you, friends. Thank you, Mail. Guys, if you're not following my Midnight Society homies, make sure you do. I love you all. I will see you on Sunday. Peace. Bye.